So I hope everybody was safe. I heard earlier that there was lovely sunshine in Edinburgh, but we have the thick fog and the freezing cold. I think winter's definitely with us. We have a very full agenda this morning, so we will get started. Just before we go into the agenda proper, I just wanted to recognise and thank the staff teams and indeed publicly thank the communities in relation to the two top awards from COSLA that were won by the council recently. The best team in Scotland, Zetland Park Regeneration Project, and the President's Award for our library service. The community played a significant part in helping deliver the service or the regeneration in the case of Zetland Park, and they very much were a part of the assessment process and won the hearts of the judges going forward. But the work of the staff in developing these projects has to be recognised, significant, and it is fantastic to see that Falkirk are up there. So if I could ask the various directors to take that back to the staff and pass that on to the communities, and in the absence of the other directors, maybe Kenneth could do that for police services. Moving into our agenda now properly, do we have any apologies?
Yes, Convener, we have apologies from Councillor Nimmo.
Thank you.
Councillor Bundy's on his way. Traffic's bad for where he's coming, so maybe a couple of minutes late.
Okay, I'm sure he'll join us in due course. Do we have any declarations of interest? No. Okay, thank you. Moving on to the minute of the meeting held on 22nd of August, pages 4 to 19 in your report. Firstly, I'd be happy to approve that as a true minute. Is there anything within the minute that anybody would require a brief update on or clarification? No. That's great, thank you. Item 4 is the rolling action log, pages 20 to 24, and I'll go to Mr. Moody.
Thank you, Convener. And as usual, the rolling action log provides information on those decisions made by the executive where they have called for further reports. Where those reports are not available within the expected reporting date, there is an explanation in the comments column. The rolling action log is there for noting, but it's also available for questions.
They can't hear.
Oh, colleagues on the line can't hear.
One person, and Lauren, that she can't hear, and Stephen Kirkwood has seen he can hear. Yeah, I can also.
I can hear online all right.
I think it was an issue at my end. Sorry, I think I've sorted that now. I can hear you now. Sorry.
Okay, right, that's great. Okay, so, Mr. Moody, you want to carry on?
Yes, thank you, Convener. And just to say, the rolling action log is there for noting, but it's available for members to ask questions on the items on the log.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions in relation to the rolling action log? Councillor Murtagh.
Thanks, Convener. You said the rolling action log is there for noting. Is it not possible for elected members to actually move that something is added to the rolling action log or that it's amended at all, or is that just a suggestion?
No, that wouldn't be, Convener, in my view, competent. It's there for information only. It's not an item of business subject to amendment.
Okay. Sorry, Convener. I think as I raised at council, there was the deletion of an item 593 from the executive, which last appeared on the 14th of February, and that it was, as Colin said, it was in effect deleted in error, because what is said on that rolling action log was that a report was on the agenda in relation to that item for 593 and all the things before it, but it was deleted in error, and I wonder whether officers could take it upon themselves then to restore and update that record, because it should never have been removed.
Okay, I'll go to Mr Moody on that one.
I think convener Councillor Murtagh is referring to the item which flowed from the policy development panel on taxes, where there was an item on the rolling action log. I think at the last council meeting I did offer an explanation for that, which was that the continued action had appeared in the narrative of the report rather than in one of the recommendations, so it hadn't been retained as a decision. I have considered whether it should be restored to the rolling action log, but I'm satisfied in the circumstances the report will be coming as expected, and I've no doubt that the report will appear. So it seems redundant to add it to the rolling action log at this stage. The position is, I think, clear to everyone. It's been explained openly and in public.
I understand what you're saying, Colin. I think my concern is that what has been explained is that the reasons that it got taken off, there was stuff in the narrative to do with issues around transport. My concern is that that elected member decision, which included 8 or 9 recommendations to do with licensing issues and to do with transport issues, there's a variety of different actions captured in an elected member decision, and although it's been explained in public, I'm concerned that all of those actions that were taken and agreed by elected members are allowed to be followed and actioned. And at the moment, I don't know when a report comes that it's going to conclude all of those decisions which we unanimously agreed. So that's why I would like to have the entirety of it there and the explanation of what's happening with it, because there's no continuity. And I do take the point that it's been explained in public, but this is an elected member decision and we need to know exactly how those decisions will be carried out. So I would ask if it could be rethought, because I'm a bit concerned that it won't be able to be captured in whatever report is coming next.
I hope the matter will become clear and resolved when the report comes to the executive, which I anticipate will be at the next meeting. I think Councillor Murtagh is entirely correct. There are a series of decisions which need to be picked up from the PDP, which were agreed by the executive, and I'm sure that is in sight of the members, the officers who are preparing the report.
There's a report due on transport in the November executive, which will include the items from the PDP within that, and details of the progress on the various actions that flow from that, along with a number of other items. So I hope that will be able to give you the assurance that it will come back to members in due course. Okay, Councillor Spears.
Thank you. This council took an action to write to the Scottish Government and the Westminster Government. Had a response, and will that be copied out to the members of this committee and elected members?
Okay. I think that flows from council. Councillor Spears, not from the action log from the executive, but I can assure you that the letters have gone to both. My understanding that the letters were to be agreed by other group leaders, and they should have gone now to both Scottish and UK governments. We have not received a response.
Thank you. So it's a rolling action.
Not from this committee. It's from council, but just by way of information that these letters have gone. Okay, if there's nothing else on the rolling action log, we will move on to the local housing strategy, and I'll go to Mr Gillespie. Do you possibly use your microphone?
Okay, thank you, convener. I'll just start. Hopefully you can hear me now. As I said, thank Natalie and Karen Strang and their team for the hard work throughout the year, and especially pulling together this 5-year local housing strategy and the strategic housing investment plan, which will be the report that will follow, but also staff who support our communities day to day and throughout this plan. As always, I appreciate members have read the report, so I will provide a summary of the most salient points. The local housing strategy is a comprehensive plan aimed at addressing the housing needs of our community and ensuring a sustainable and inclusive future. Our local area has faced significant housing challenges in recent years, with increased demands for affordable housing and services. These factors highlight the importance of our strategy approach to ensure that we provide suitable and sustainable housing and services that meet the diverse and evolving needs of our local residents. In section 5 of the report highlights the key achievements of the previous 5-year strategy, including in excess of 1,000 affordable houses brought to use in areas throughout. 811 affordable homes have been delivered. 262 empty homes have been brought into use, which contribute to the overall housing supply target. Tenant support services were agile and responsive, as well as specific provisions outlined in 5.9 and 5.10 of the report. We responded to the changes needed by implementing a person-centred approach to help address poor mental health and social isolation and financial challenges, ultimately helping people to sustain and maintain their tenancies and reduce homelessness where possible. Section 6 outlines the housing need and demand projections over the next 5 years. This shows that our annual affordable housing target has increased from 123 per annum to at least 180 per annum. We also account for increased demand for fully wheelchair accessible housing and larger homes. This is reflected in our Strategic Housing Investment Programme, which is the next report which will be presented to members. Section 7 and Appendix 4 demonstrates a range of consultation that has informed the local housing strategy and vision, which is outlined as well in section 8.1. Based on the consultation, we have developed the following vision, working in partnership to ensure that everyone has access to good quality housing in a safe, sustainable and connected communities. Section 8.2 outlines the 7 priorities that have been identified via consultation with local people and stakeholders and evidence from our housing need and demand assessment. Priority 7, we have now 7, as I said, it was 6 previously, is creating a sustainable private sector, rented sector. It is a new priority for us to reflect the need for stronger private sector to help meet housing need. The local housing strategy will be implemented over the next 5 years between 2023-28, with annual progress updates provided to members. Performance will be closely monitored and will remain responsive to evolving circumstances. Section 9 confirms that a full equality and poverty impact assessment of the strategy was carried out and no significant equality issues were identified. The LH Actions aims to reduce inequalities. So in conclusion, the local housing strategy outlines 7 key priorities, a strategy direction that will guide housing initiatives over the next 5 years. These priorities are closely linked to the Falkirk Plan and related strategies and will be realised through 84 specific actions, emphasising the importance of collaboration and partnership. Our local housing strategy represents Falkirk Council's commitment to positive change in our community. It addresses the urgent need for affordable housing, responds to evolving needs and upholds environmental and social responsibilities. Our vision is a thriving community with accessible, sustainable, safe and substantial housing whilst fostering better lives and opportunities for all. Convener, I refer members back to section 2 of the report where the recommendations are laid out, and I'm happy to take questions. Also my colleague Karen Strang, who sat next to me, who was instrumental in the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Kenny. Can I just ask members to make sure that the phones are on silent during the meeting so that we don't get too many of the notifications coming through. Can I go to Councillor Bowes?
Thank you, Convener. I forgot to put my phone off. Please don't let it ring now. Can I add my thanks to Karen Strang and Natalie Moore-Young and the team for producing what is an excellent amount of work in this very important document. Housing is now post-pandemic phase of rebuild and recovery in fairer and greener way, underpinned by the principles of social justice, equality and human rights. The Scottish Government's Housing to 2040 strategy is centred on 4 key themes. More homes at the heart of great places, affordability and choice, affordable warmth and zero emissions, improving the quality of homes. with the aim for everyone to have a safe, high-quality home that is affordable and meets their needs. To achieve this, the Scottish Government has set an ambitious target to deliver a further 110,000 affordable homes nationally before 2031 to 32, with at least 70% of these being for social rent. The vision for this LHS is working in partnership to ensure everyone has access to good quality housing in a safe and sustainable and connected communities. The LHS has been developed following consultation with stakeholders, including residents, elected members, registered social landlords, service providers and statutory bodies. The LHS is the leading strategic framework for housing and related services across all tenures. The Housing Scotland 2001 places requirements on the local authority to have an LHS accompanied by an assessment of need, which is the housing need and demand assessment. The LHS must also link to the Strategic Housing Plan, setting out the priorities for affordable housing. Additionally, LHS must link to the Falkirk House Contribution Statement, which is the bridge between the LHS and the Health and Social Care Partnership Strategic Plan. The first LHS consultation was carried out in March 22 until November 22. This generated 937 responses in total, 4 separate surveys. Focus groups, stakeholders were also carried out. In addition, we carried out fuel poverty survey between January to March 2023 with members of the Fuel Poverty Forum and the frontline housing staff. Second stage LHS consultation was carried out on the draft LHS over July and August 2023, which led to 53 responses. Scottish Government guidance highlights that a full LHS must be carried out every 5 years and should coincide with the Local Development Plan Evidence Report. The last LHS was approved by the Scottish Government in 2018. The new HNDA was carried out by housing and planning colleagues along with stakeholders. This took the Falkirk took into consideration Falkirk Local Development Plan. The HNDA was approved by the Scottish Government in 2022. Our proposals reflect the Scottish Government's high vision for high quality, sustainable homes. The LHS is aligned with the Falkirk Plan themes, which is local outcomes, local improvement plan for Falkirk. Account has been taken of the Falkirk Integrated Strategic Plan and the range of partnership plans reflecting the importance of good housing across all aspects of life. Most importantly, the LHS reflects the views of the residents on key issues for them. This has been woven throughout this document and is set fully in the LHS consultation appendix. Recent years have been unprecedented and highlighted the level of importance of our homes and places in moving our health and well-being. We face unparalleled challenges, including climate change emergency, recovering from COVID-19 pandemic and the current economic turndown. This has led to an increasing homelessness and poverty. This strategy recognises the vital role and the related services play in Falkirk Council's area's social and economic recovery. The challenges are immense. However, we believe it are creating a synergy between public, private and voluntary sectors. We can combine our resources and efforts to maximise housing services, achieving more together than separately. As highlighted in the Falkirk Plan, our greatest asset is our people. As Kenny has already said, 811 affordable homes have been delivered in the previous plan from 2017 to 22, but importantly, 262 empty homes have been brought back into use, which contribute to the overall housing supply target, and they also enhance the areas where people live. A homeless prevention team has been introduced, which is delivering new and innovative ways to collaborate and deliver initiatives to prevent homelessness. These include working with Employment Training Unit to reduce the number of homeless and repeat homeless presentations, particularly from males aged 25 to 40 years old. Working within schools to develop a module that can be delivered in those schools to raise awareness of homelessness and housing options for young people to create better pathways to settled accommodation. So our ambition for the next 5 years is to build between 900 and 1,125 houses, and at the upper end that's a 35% increase. This, I believe, is an ambitious target, but also I believe it's also achievable. The housing needs and demand assessment consultation and research shows particular need for the following properties and housing support over the next 5 years: an acute need for larger properties, a growing need for wheelchair properties, including homes for families where one or more family members have a physical disability, since wheelchair housing is increasing amongst particularly our younger age groups. A growing need to provide homes in the area for people who have complex needs of care. Support provision for people who have experienced domestic violence and abuse, and increasing numbers of people with alcohol and drug use who require specific support and certain tendencies. Collaborative working, as Kenny has said, with Falkirk Health and Social Care Partnership, our RSL partners, support providers and communities are critical to maximise the resources to address the needs of our communities. I ask that the Executive agrees this recommendations to this report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bowes. Councillor Deacon.
Thank you very much. So first I want to take a moment to thank Kenny and his teams for this short report. I want to won't take long as Kenny and Gary, as they have both spoken in depth. For me, I welcome this report. One of the key principal priorities is the tackling fuel poverty, energy and efficiency change. It's one we can all agree with, and it's great to see that they are working towards the LHE strategy that will come up later, and I'm sure Michael, Claire and the teams involved in that will be happy to see housing are working towards LHEs. So I'm going to keep it really nice and brief, and I officially second the report and the recommendations.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Deacon. I'll open it up now for questions. Councillor Spears.
Thank you. Page 28. It's not an item. 5.3. Property conditions within the private rented sector. As you know, the largest proportion of housing in our district is private housing. Many people, due to the inflationary prices, are having to give up their properties and are moving in to spend time, because of cost, living in other people's houses. We have a great problem with a lot of private lets in Grangemouth, especially because of the high turnover of people going through some of these lets, that they leave the detritus, rubbish, beds, completely furnished houses lying in the garden. You say here that you are going to take a robust approach from Falkirk Council. Can we ask what that robust approach is? I'll come back with later questions.
Okay, Mr. Gillespie.
Convener, sorry. What point was that again? So I've got it.
You're saying as a result of property conditions in the private sector, that you are going to take a robust approach.
Councillor Spears, could you perhaps reference the number again? I'm sorry, it's just we're not able to identify the section you're referring to. That's a difficulty.
Regarding, go through it again if you wish.
Which point on the report?
On the paper.
Sorry.
Oh, 5.8.
Oh, thank you very much. Right. Thank you, Convener. That helped. Sorry. Yes. One of the things, as you've been aware, is we have a private renting sector within the LHS. We've put a new priority in, which is 7, is to make sure that the private sector rent itself keeps it up to the desired specification. If not, then we will take them to, there is a process that we would take them through various options to make sure that it does to that standard. And if they don't, then they'll be removed from the licence to have that private let. One of the things also is we have private sector forums as well, where we have a private sector community that discusses these things as well. So that's our start on our road to make sure that we have higher and better quality private sector. And let me just say that not all private sector properties are of that. They are a very good standard within Falkirk, but like everything, sometimes it's making sure that we have the avenues for people to report issues that need to be done or provide the support when required, Councillor.
No, it's all very well having these different committees, but in Grangemouth especially, we're suffering from the waste that is generated by the high turnover in some of these private sector lets. And they are not held to account. This goes on and on and on, and I'm sure you're aware of the block of flats that is all privately rented out that I'm talking about. And it's just now at such a stage that the people are really concerned, not just about the health and safety and the rats problem, but the fire issues that it can cause. And we turn and say to the people, sorry, they're private lets, there's nothing we can do.
Convener, I'm not aware of the block you're talking about because we have high standards with private sector, and in the main, the majority of our private landlords do keep the properties to a high standard. But I'm happy to take it off table because I'm unbeknown to myself what it is and have a look at it for you, Convener.
I'll certainly bring it to your attention because it's all over social media, especially in Grangemouth. Can you tell me at what stage we are with the Scottish Government's licensing of private lets and rented accommodation in the private sector?
Again, Convener, to which point?
The Scottish Government, I believe, are asking all people who rent out accommodation to be licensed.
Convener, at the present time, they are licensed at the present time, and that's what I was saying earlier. They go through that, and if they don't meet the conditions of that licence, we will look to remove that licence.
Can you tell me why the Scottish Government are bringing in this new law?
Can I maybe bring in Mr Moody, who maybe can clarify?
Yeah, I wonder, Convener, if Councillor Spears is referring to the short-term let licensing legislation. That's the licensing scheme which has recently been introduced. Private landlords, I think, are registered rather than a full-blown licensing scheme. But as I understand it, the short-term let licensing issue is not part of this item of business.
Well, our concern as responsible councillors and a council that's elected to represent all the people, that we need to maybe seriously look at our private sector. And as it says here, no, sorry, to quote yourself, Mr Gillespie, we want a stronger private sector. I think we need to look further in depth how we achieve that and how we make sure that people who are renting are responsible for the tenants and the surrounding area to their properties, because everybody knows a private let, the garden never gets done.
Okay, is that something that we can look at for the future and see what we can do within the law with regard to our private lets?
Absolutely, Convener, but I would just put on record that we do have a lot of high standard private lets, and it's not for an area that it's of major concern, but we will certainly take that off and monitor it as it says within the report.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Patterson.
Yes, Convener. We've seen in Appendix 1 that the domestic violence against women and girls is a particular issue in Falkirk. Of course, housing alone isn't going to tackle that, but housing is a big issue often for women fleeing for safety. I appreciate that we've got a number of partnerships to help support individuals, but I was wondering if we had any specifically trained housing officers to offer support, or if the whole team has trauma-informed practice.
Mr Gillespie.
Convener, our officers go through trauma training, Councillor, our frontline officers as well, and we have a programme of training. The other area we have is also we have different support and signposting when they come in for a housing first option. So when they come initially fleeing domestic violence, we have other support agencies that would support going forward depending on the required support.
Thank you.
Thank you. I do appreciate that, and I think it's good to know, and it's good for the public to know as well, that that support is available and that they're always going to be welcomed and signposted with the correct information. Thanks, Kenny.
Thank you, Councillor Hannah.
Thank you, Convener. I'll be very brief. First of all, just like to say a major thank you to Kenny and all the staff who have put together this very substantial document. It is very impressive and full of really useful information. But I would refer you to pages 82 and 83 for my question. You will see that both for people with mental health problems and those with drug or alcohol dependency, there's been a very significant increase in terms of the numbers unable to maintain, the numbers of homeless people unable to maintain their tenancies over the recent years. I wonder if you'd like to, first of all, say a wee bit more about that, because it's obviously a matter of concern, and what staff are able to do about that. And secondly, you mention in there a new harm reduction hub, which has been established to help reduce health inequalities in the drug and alcohol dependency group. And I wondered if you could say a little more about that, because I wasn't familiar with that one.
Mr. Blackburn.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'll try my best on this area, Councillor. Certainly, we have seen a rise on the back of the pandemic of some drug use, alcohol use as well, and that's one of the things that we're dealing with coming out of the pandemic. I think the other first is our housing first approach, where, as I spoke earlier about fleeing domestic abuse, we have regards to first point a full housing options appraisal, and again that's where our staff had additional training in regards to tackling alcohol, mental or drug use. We've also got a community practicing nurse as well within the housing, which will tackle some of the issues as well, and they'll be best informed to signpost any individuals who require that need. Subsequently, that's where the hubs came from, that aspect as well. Make sure, because we've seen a rise, it's all about reducing homelessness and catching and making sure that at the first point of contact is the best place to catch it. So then again, we'll get the right treatment, the right support in place for the individuals. And what I mean support is not just about the face-to-face support, it's any additional support out with financial support or professional support out with. And that's why we've got the dedicated hub that's there. But I'm happy to furnish more in-depth detail out with the committee about the hub, so you can have that discussion, Councillor.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to Councillor Kerr.
Thanks, Convener. With regards to the new housing need and demand assessment, which needs to be carried out every 5 years, how does this impact on the National Planning Framework 4 policy?
Okay, Karen.
Hello, we start the housing need and demand assessment started by looking at the NPF4, the figures for that was our starting point, and we worked on that through the housing need and demand assessment. So we've worked together with our colleagues within planning, so we have taken that into account.
Is this policy still in place in National Planning Framework 4?
Yes, yes.
Okay. With regards to I don't know if it was 800 or 1,000 new homes for the next year. It is ambitious, but I think obviously it's not enough, because the people who are actively seeking new properties or alternative properties. And with regards to on page 81, the appendix 1, obviously the more Syrian vulnerable persons resettlement, the Ukrainian settlement, Afghan, that's only going to increase the demand for people needing houses. So it is an ambitious target, but how can we increase?
Okay, Mr. Gillespie.
Convener, there's two things. I think we look at every possibility in case by looking at what we said there, by looking at our buybacks, making sure that we're getting the right properties, tying back to what my colleague Karen had said there, and making sure that housing gain demand tackles switch the properties we need. Also, though, for homelessness and making sure housing available, it's very much about, as I said earlier, tackling it right at the start to prevent homelessness. And that's, again, early intervention. It can a lot caused by family breakdowns because of other areas, financial issues, mental well-being. And that's where I said earlier, previously, where we've been a bit forward thinking. We've got a community practicing nurse within housing. We're out to schools, making them aware about actually getting a house is just not about a house. There's all these additional costs on it. And actually, the support of families and support of other agencies can help to deter homelessness. And it's very much early intervention would be key. So it's a two-part approach. Is one, early intervention. Two, looking at other areas, additional houses, tying in with a financial model that we have, because you're absolutely right. I don't think we could do without as much houses as we could get, but we have to look at pragmatically and look at all these different angles to try and minimise the homeless within Falkirk.
Thanks, Kenny. And I'm glad that we've added another strand onto our priority, priority 7, a sustainable private rented sector. Hasn't been there before, and it's very important that we use everybody. So thanks, Convener.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Kerr. Councillor Murtagh.
Sorry, my mouse didn't like me there. First of all, I would like to concur with others, and I know Councillor Deacon said about this very short report. I think it's a really excellent and comprehensive report, and I think a lot of the questions which perhaps we might have had on more substantive matters of real importance are so well covered in the report. And I particularly want to say that the EPIA is very fulsome and excellent, and I know I often pick up officers on the lack of detail or availability, and I'd like to mention that I think is very well covered both in the detail of the report all throughout those themes and within the EPIA itself. So my thanks to officers for providing that level of detail. Took a long time to read, but it was well worth it. There are a couple of questions in terms of, not that I'm contradicting Colin for the second time in the meeting, but on page 130, there is the table about short-term lets, and I totally acknowledge it, and what it says in the report is a very small percentage for Falkirk and not necessarily an area of significant concern. But the table there, it says the last updated of April 2023, and the deadline for everybody registering or original, the deadline for October, beginning of October 2023 has now passed, and I wondered whether it's even offline if it's not available, so that we could get a kind of updated picture of that, because I think from the 2019 figures it had been estimated that there were 71 entire homes, a total of 113 overall, but so far, well, in April there'd only been 8 applications and 2 licenses issued. So now that deadline has passed, I would hope that number was significantly more. So I don't know if there is an available update or that can be provided offline, but I think it'd be quite useful for members to have.
Yeah, and I think that it may not be available today, but I think there will be information available and held for the service. Colin?
Yeah, the numbers have increased, but I don't have the precise figures here with me now, but I'm happy to provide those separately.
I'd be grateful. As I say, it's just something I'd picked up going through. I think obviously one of the most important priorities is priority 5, and throughout the report, both that we are very much concerned with tackling poverty, fuel poverty, income maximisation, and also the themes of fairness throughout the report. And for many of us who are homeowners, the opportunities which we have to invest in perhaps renewable technologies or do various upgrades for insulation, etc., obviously don't have the individual ability for our tenants. And I think we see in the off-gas schemes and the current rollout of what's going on there when people are electing to either go for air source or connection for the gas. It depends on ourselves as a council coming up with a scheme, and therefore the ability of residents to kind of opt in. So on that kind of theme and on how we're trying to widen those opportunities, there's not really any mention through it, and I know obviously this kind of comes into the SHIP as well, but in terms of a strategy for households who are council tenants who wish to put in, for example, EV chargers in their properties, we don't currently have a scheme, as it seems. I did kind of go through the reports quite in detail to try and find whether there was any kind of mention. And I think that I know of a couple, even within local and Nolan Ward, who have, council tenants who they want to do that, they want to take that opportunity, but we don't currently have anything, and that would decrease their bills. It would help them to make an impact on our area-wide emissions, etc., etc. And it's something which in the geeky planning head that comes on here, I think it's SG14 is our supplementary guidance that we require of new developments, significant new developments for within planning for residential properties. So has there been consideration of how we help our tenants who may wish to do that and add EV infrastructure, charging infrastructure to their properties? Because I can't find any.
Councillor Murtagh, I'll go to Mr Gillespie.
Yeah, convener. And it's a very good question, and it's part of the tenancy agreement that any additions out with what's expected would be looked on an individual basis. So if they want to look at an EV charger, we look favourably on that. The one issue that we would have is regards to what the cost of that would be, and a lot of EV chargers, not so sure now, but they certainly got a lot of funding towards that if they got a new car or when it, and we would support that. But other than that, we would look at these as individual cases and making sure that we can support that depending on what the electrical box would do. But again, it comes down to individual house type and the supplies that would go in there. But certainly things that we look at individual basis and ties back to the needed individuals in their property.
Okay, and in terms of new investment, we would be subject to the same planning regulation under supplementary guidance as others.
Yes, at the present time, yep, we do that, and we make sure the feeds are there for that if that's required. And actually, we're ahead of the game. Okay, we put that as part of the air source heating and that for any new build before licensing came in. Councillor.
Okay, thanks for that.
Okay, thank you for that. If there are no further questions, are we all agreed on the report? Okay, thank you. We'll move on to item 6, which is a strategic housing investment programme, and it is again across to Mr Gillespie.
Thank you very much, convener. Again, as previously, I'm aware that members have read the report, so I'll just try and summarise this very quickly. The Strategic Housing Investment Plan of 2024-29 is ambitious and sets out our strategic investment priorities to meet housing need and demand over the next 5 years, supporting stronger and healthier communities. Section 4 provides some background and highlights our resource planning assumption for 2023-24, which was circa 12.5 million. Sites in this programme are owned by the Council General Fund or Housing Revenue Account, purchased by registered social landlords, or made available through affordable housing policy. There's been significant increase in construction costs through Brexit and COVID pandemic, and are now further exacerbated by increasing inflation. This puts additional pressure onto already very tight budgets. Section 5 outlines our progress of the 2023 programme, highlighting an additional grant due to the speed of progress on Wood End Farm site. Table 1 shows the units that are delivered in between 2022-23 and the variable methods used to meet our targets. Our housing need and demand assessment highlights the need for larger properties and full wheelchair accessible units. Section 6 outlines a plan from 2024-29, also within our Appendix 1. The Strategic Housing Investment Plan is adapted and may change in response to various factors, and I make members aware of that every year, that it's very fluid. Table 2 outlines future resource planning assumptions for years 24 on to years 26. We have also developed a shadow programme of sites to progress if planned project timescales slip, which is 25% of the main programme, and that's requested by Scottish Government, and also shown as a balance between council and registered social landlords. The local housing strategy aims for 5% of properties to be fully wheelchair accessible. Members are aware that the buyback scheme helps to meet housing demand and provides a steady supply of additional units. The average cost per unit for buybacks has doubled to circa 110,000 in 2022-23 compared to circa 57,000 when the scheme was introduced in 2013-14. We continue to still buy back circa 80 properties a year. The Strategic Housing Investment Plan is funded through a combination of Scottish Government Affordable Housing Supply Programme, Falkirk Council Heavenly Account and Registered Social Landlord Private Finance using Second Homes Tax and Affordable Housing Policy commute sums where and when required. Also within Section 8 highlights the risks which are outlined in 8.4, 8.7. In conclusion, this report sets out a balanced programme over the next 5 years of the Strategic Housing Investment Plan, which will deliver a range of affordable housing sites to help meet our housing need and priorities. And again, Convener, I would refer members back to Section 2 of the report where the recommendations are laid out. And as always, Karen and myself are here to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr Gillespie. Councillor Bowes.
Thank you, Convener. Can I add Susan White to the previous list of people who worked on the reports, because Susan's obviously had an impact in this report individually. The Scottish Government provides councils with an indication of grant funding to deliver affordable housing supply programme. The resource planning assumption for this year is 12.55 million. Falkirk's strong affordable housing programme, in particular progress on the council's new build site at Wood End Farm, as Kenny's already mentioned, has enabled us to spend our full resource planning assumption of 12.586 million and an additional 2.738 million. This took the drawdown on to 15.3324 million in 22-23. The increased construction costs experienced through Brexit and COVID pandemic have continued, and we are now being further exacerbated by an increased inflation. We are trying to deliver projects as close to budget as possible, with value engineering taking place to scrutinise specifications and costs. Savings have been identified through this process for future sites. Register of Scotland indicates that from quarter 3 of 22-23 to quarter 1, 23-24, there sadly has been a 13% fall in the number of house sales in the Falkirk area. This obviously then has an effect, and it reduces the numbers of potential buybacks that we can actually have in this year. A total of 164 affordable homes were delivered in 22-23. Notably, 11 houses through the Scottish Government shared equity scheme, as without this discounted price for properties, this would have been these houses would have been costed about circa £200,000, which is not at an affordable level. The project was at Stirling Road in Larbert, and rather than taking a payment of £200,000 in lieu of housing, we have now delivered 11 affordable homes on that private site. All 11 houses were sold on shared equity basis to local people, 5 of whom were key workers, 8 of whom were first-time buyers. Affordability assessments were carried out, and people purchased between a 60 and 80% share of their property, with the remaining equity being held by the Scottish Government. This is something I hope to see come forward in the future to more developments. The partnership between the Health and Social Care Partnership and the Housing Department at Oakbank is a great example of working together with partners, and has allowed the Oakbank site to be developed, and I look forward to the delivery of 28 ambient and disabled homes on that site. The report sets out the resource planning assumptions for the projects for the SHIP, but it also adds 25% margin for additional projects, as was mentioned earlier by Kenny. But this drawdown and the extra 25% due to progress we have made on our builds, and you will see from the report that the shadow programme is there. The shadow programme is an important thing in that should we have any slippage ourselves, or should there be the potential to, if other councils don't spend their money, it will allow us again to maybe pick up some of that money. The ship has to be flexible to react to financial conditions, either positive or negative, at any prevailing date, and to deal with the vagaries of the construction industry and the normal challenges of developing sites. Housing works very closely with RSLs on the development of the ship, and the total investment on 1,346 properties from 2024 to 29, and the 921 new builds in that plan within the time frame. I believe that this is an ambitious but deliverable plan set out by the Housing Department. Housing are looking at opportunities with Greener Grangemouth Master Plan, which involves a town centre living and healthy zero neighbourhoods. The Strategic Housing Investment Plan includes proposals for housing regeneration in Grangemouth, including Falkirk Council's housing stock and some new build, as well as refurbishment of existing properties. Housing are developing proposals for that area identified for redevelopment, and discussions with tenants, residents, stakeholders will take place over the next 6 months. The ship is funded through a combination of Scottish Government Affordable Housing Supply Grant, Falkirk Council's Housing Revenue Account, otherwise known as the rent of our tenants, Registered Social Landlord Private Finance, Second Homes Council Tax, Affordable Housing Policy Commuted Sums. The investment in the homes for the people of Falkirk District is not from the General Revenue Account, and I hope the Executive will support the recommendations in the report. Thank you, Convener.
Thank you, Councillor Bouse. Councillor Garner.
Thank you, Convener, and I will be really short, and we are bucking the trend in Falkirk Council. I'm led to believe in that investment programme. Yes, I won't cover anything more than that. I think Gary and Kenny have both covered everything very well, so I'm happy to second the report.
Thank you, Councillor Garner. Councillor Spears.
Thank you. Page 178, number 3, 3.1 and 3.2. I have two questions. Some of them maybe are for the climate change portfolio holder. You say in 3.1 that registered social landlords, partners and other are also prioritising climate change in their own future plans. Can you tell me how that's monitored and if there's any checks and balances done? And my second question is on 3.2, where you say that new heating systems will be introduced by the 1st of December 2023 for projects applying to affordable housing. Can I ask what kind of zero carbon emission boilers you're putting in these properties?
Okay, Mr. Gillespie.
Thank you very much. So the 3.1, your first question is certainly about different things that we're doing in regards to windows and doors. We look at when the new build is up to the latest standards. You get bronze, silver and gold standards, and they're the things that we use, and we monitor that as well. So that's all part of what we do, how we do it, and also the information we provide back to Scottish Government in regards to our ship. So there's a raft of areas that we do monitor on that. We also tie that back to looking at the energy efficiency of the house. When we put these things in, there's calculations, and that meets at each standard as well. So they're the ways that we do monitor it, and we make sure that that's comfortable. And within Falkirk properties, we're very much in the high 80s of meeting the EIS standard.
I understand this is for social landlords.
Yes.
But does that include private landlords?
This is for the ship for social landlords. But yes, any new build, but anything will need to meet these high standards and will be monitored as previously said in the local housing strategy.
Now, this is a question that I'm not sure. Do we, as we continue with our housing stock to improve it, to make it more energy efficient, our warmer homes policy, do we ask that this is done by social landlords, other social landlords, and the private let section?
Yes.
Do we have any record of this has actually been carried out, especially with private lets? Because, as you know, some of them are in a terrible condition.
As previously stated, yes, we do. And it's recording put, and they're subject to the same checks and balances as all. And when there is new, they're followed by building control and planning requirements as well, just like we are.
Okay, thank you. Councillor.
Good questions. The next one was kind of boilers that are getting put
It's actually ground source or warm heating that we put in from there, and that's the type of boilers that are energy efficient in regards to the green energy that we're putting in as well. And that's over some of the areas that we heard earlier for a local member and some of the off-gas areas. And certainly that ties also into new build where we have solar panels as well.
How is that available in built-up areas, especially if there's major renovations, as was mentioned about Grangemouth Town Centre? I believe he said 10 houses were coming to Grangemouth Town Centre. So what kind of heating systems going in there?
It would be a green energy system, which could be ground source or air source heating, supported by solar panels.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Murtagh.
Thank you, convener. And I think probably have some questions to this for a much later report on the agenda about the climate change strategy, but just following on that point. And I think it's kind of referenced in the report about, obviously we have this changing technological landscape all the time particularly in terms of heating technologies. And Kenny mentioned there about ground source and air source, which are options, but as potentially other projects and possibilities might be identified, I take it we can adapt our ship. I know it's over a time frame, but for example, the exploration on mine water and capture from those things, that we can look at that as it goes. It's not that it's completely fixed. Is that right, Kenny?
Yes, there is other things. We have our CHP system as well. There's other aspects of solar farms, looking at that and tying in with the mining aspect as well.
Okay, great. And I think that's a good and positive outlook and attitude to have. I do have a specific question, and Councillor Bouse alluded to this in his moving of the report. It's on the topic, I think it's referenced on page 201 of the overall papers, about the commuted sums. And I think obviously, we're having this meeting in public, and one of the questions that the public ask from a transparency point of view is, commuted sums from housing as an absolute last resort, because we don't get bang from our buck from that in terms of being able to actually build the houses had they been built rather than commuted sums. But it's very loose in terms of, you look at the kind of defined areas. So for my own ward is mostly it's between Stenhousemuir and the rural north, but it's as a priority area looked at as Larbert, Stenhousemuir and the rural north. And I think one of the things the public ask is if there are commuted sums given for planning, and therefore it's up to local authority to take those sums and build affordable housing rather than the developer, why it has to be spent in this very wide geographical area, but that they don't really see where that money follows. So can we make that more transparent, that in a way that if, for example, a development happened up the Braes, for example, and one in Slamanan, and a commuted payment was made, but it was spent on development in Whitecross, that I'm not saying that's inappropriate if that's where the need is, but it's that sense that the public don't necessarily see that and make that in the connection, in the way that for a Section 75 for example, education, if it would be spent specifically in that school connected to that catchment. And it's something I think elected members are quite often asked about. So, can we define?
I think Councillor Murtagh's frozen, but it would be a good opportunity to perhaps respond. Okay, you're back with, you froze there for a minute, Councillor Murtagh, apologies, but we got the question, and I'll go to Mr Gillespie to respond.
It's one of the things we could actually add into the update for next year's SHIP, and off table I can provide you where we've spent it so far, but we can make it more transparent and make it in the SHIP in our yearly update where we've spent commuted sums, if that would help.
That would be great, and if we could have a discussion or something provided to all elected members, because it's regularly brought up, and I can understand why the public would be concerned about it. So thank you for that, Kenny.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to Councillor Hannah.
Thank you, convener. And again, reiterate the thanks to all the staff who've put together this substantial document. I've just got a fairly straightforward question. You've described this this particular strategic plan as ambitious, and I would agree that it is. It's clearly ambitious, considering 22-23 there were no council new builds, and 24 to 29 you're anticipating significant new build. But in 6.9 you refer to the significant increased cost per unit, and that is obviously a matter of concern. And in addition to that, in section 8 under risks, there's the risk of inadequate funding being referred to. So although this is an ambitious plan, I think my question is straightforwardly, how sure are we that it is achievable?
Mr. Gillespie?
Without trying to, as sure as I'm sitting here today and saying that we certainly believe the team have looked at the figures, we've looked at financial strategy, we've looked at our 5, 10 and 15 year goals. Now, I speak on behalf of the council here. Obviously, our partners, RSL, they do the same. They look at their funding. What we can't speak for is any additional funding or future funding from Scottish Government, and that's why I put that caveat in there on the risk factor. What I don't know also is where interest rates are going to be, inflation and things there. But what we've looked at is if all stayed the same now, we could manage that, and that's the feedback we're getting from our partners and our RSL colleagues.
Okay, thank you, Convener.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kerr?
Thanks, Convener. With regards to page 187, and all the providers and our own ambition to build these houses, and it's probably not for this meeting, but can we get a date to say when these are going to start and when the likelihood of them going to be complete? Because there are 1,346 houses, and I'm sure I can remember Councillor Garner mentioning the high school project before, and it was put back and put back and put back. So just outside this meeting, just to say when they're going to start.
I think it would still need to be an anticipated start and anticipated finish to be able to do that. I think that there's a number of steps that would get us to a definite start and definite finish that would have to be taken into account. So I think it would have to be caveated quite heavily. Mr. Gillespie?
Convener, no, you're absolutely right, and that's why the dates are not there, because of different additional pressures, but we can certainly provide that to members out with where we see as estimated dates and completion as indicated if all stayed the same, subject to planning and other requirements.
Okay, my other question is probably for Paul. As you see in the same page, the amount of houses for Denlon Head and Denny, with regards to I think I asked at the full council meeting, with regards to the junction at Hags, are we confident that we'll have money in place to start and complete this? Because that'll be a big factor for not just these houses that's down here, but the ones that we've already passed.
No. Okay.
Thank you, Convener. As previously reported, this project's recently been taken on by Invest Falkirk Division. We're currently undertaking a design review and an appraisal of the projected costs, which were estimated a number of years back. There has been engagement with Scottish Government on the funding support via the Housing Infrastructure fund. There is a review of developer contributions across the 5 contributing sites, and you'll be aware of the recent report that was brought up for disposal of our own land at Denny Lone Head. Once that review is undertaken, we will be engaging again with developers on their contributions and their timescales for the phasing of that funding coming in. We'll then progress any amendments that need to be made to that, and ultimately we will report back on the progress of that following as commencing the tender process. So that will give us an indication at that stage whether or not there is a gap in funding. If there is, then clearly in a similar way that we dealt with Denny Eastern Access Road, we may have to go back to developers and review their contributions, and that would include obviously any contributions from our own interests. It's a similar approach, as I say, that was undertaken at Denny Eastern Access Road, where there was similar delays and complexities. I'm hoping that certainly by the turn of the year we're in a position to have a key number of milestones and timescales for taking the project forward.
Thanks, Paul. Last question, and I mentioned that at the last report as well, with regards to the housing need demand assessment and the housing supply target. The two of them will not match. The only reason I'm asking is because there's a court case at the moment with regards to if councils can use that as a basis. I'm sure that's what it is. So are we comfortable that we can use it before this court case has been settled?
Yeah. Karen, do you want to take that one?
Yeah, the housing need and demand assessment has been approved by Scottish Government November last year. So we're comfortable with the figures in it. The figures that come out of the housing need and demand assessment and our housing supply target, they're supposed to be aligned, but they're not necessarily supposed to match. There's a range of other factors that we are supposed to take into account when we're setting our housing supply target, which, for example, the finances available, the land supply, the state of the building industry and so on. So there's a range of different factors that need to be taken into account for the housing supply target. So they're supposed to be the same, but they're not supposed to match.
I totally understand that. But I don't know if you were getting what I'm at. And I don't know if Ian Dryden could help.
Ian, do you want to come forward?
I just thought you were sitting comfortably, Ian.
Always ready to attend. Yeah, thank you, Kevin, for you. The matter of housing, land supply and needs of demand, as you know, through planning committee deliberations is an ongoing issue, particularly in light of the approval of National Planning Framework 4 earlier this year. And as you quite rightly have said, there is a court challenge that's currently now going forward. This is to do with the interpretation of the delivery of housing land, including obviously what you're considering this morning, but the wider sense of delivery of housing across the council's area. And that applies across Scotland. So as things stand at the moment, certainly the emphasis of National Planning Framework 4 is all about sustainability, climate change, growth, sustainable growth. And the issue that seems to be up for debate just now, and clearly we're now in limbo about where this will go, is really to do with the presumption previously, where if the sites that were identified in the development plan were not being released or developed, there was then a presumption about allowing other land that hadn't been allocated. But that emphasis has changed through National Planning Framework 4, and that is what the debate is the house builders are challenging that. So we are currently, unfortunately, in a position of uncertainty, and we are currently, with our planning hat on, we are taking further legal advice on this matter. So it probably doesn't maybe give you the full answer just now that you're expecting, but all it can say, there just remains a kind of area of uncertainty just now. But hopefully in the coming months, we'll have a bit more clarity and we can maybe inform, through that, maybe through speaking to Kenny and Karen and the team, we could provide further updates in due course. But at this point in time, it remains unclear because of the challenge, but hopefully we'll have a better idea in the months to come.
Thanks, Ian.
Okay, thank you. If there are no further questions, are we happy to agree the report?
Agreed.
Okay, moving on to the final of the suite of housing reports, to the annual assurance statement. And it's Mr. Ferguson that's going to take this one.
Thank you, Convener. So as you say, it's the last of the 3 housing reports for today. Can I take this opportunity to thank Daniel and his team who compiled this assurance report, along with the support of the internal audit team, and more importantly, possibly the wider team who deliver housing services every day. I appreciate members have read this report, and many will be familiar with its format. This is the 5th annual assurance statement since the requirement was established by the regulator back in 2019. It's a useful opportunity to provide members with not only confirmation of compliance against 13 of the 16 standards against the Scottish Social Housing Charter, but highlight the 3 areas where we have not been fully compliant in 22-23, the reasons for this non-compliance, and the action we are going to take to progress this. So Section 1 outlines the purpose of the report. Section 4 provides background and outlines the requirements of the regulator. Section 5 outlines our self-assessment approach that we've undertaken and provides assurance in Appendix 3 from internal audit of a substantial assurance that this process is robust. Appendix 1 details the 3 sections where we were not fully compliant with the Scottish Social Housing Charter, and this was because in 22-23 we were unable to carry out 9 gas safety checks within the required 12-month timescale. Although out with the timescale, all those checks have since been completed. As at 31st March 22-23, we still had over 1,300 interlinked smoke alarms to install. This was undertaken via a managed programme of forced entry, and this has been addressed. I think as at last count, we had around about 25 occupied properties still waiting that because of different individual circumstances. So that's almost complete. The percentage of properties that met the Scottish Housing Quality Standard was 70.06% in 22-23. This was largely because the requirement to carry out electrical safety checks changed from 10 yearly to 5 yearly back in 2020, and we continue to work towards full compliance with additional contractors utilised to reach this as soon as possible. Also in 22-23, we had 32 breaches of the unsuitable accommodation order. This was through the use of bed and breakfast accommodation. These breaches have been repeated in 23-24 already due to the scale of the homeless applications and the availability of accommodation. And finally, although it's not for 22-23, we're making the regulator aware that 3 times this year already, during 23-24, we have been unable to offer accommodation to homeless presentations on the day of their presentation. They have since all been accommodated, but they were not offered accommodation on that first day when they presented. So I appreciate a focus on non-compliance, and that's appropriate for this forum, but the annual assurance statement is also an opportunity to recognise the positive action undertaken every day across the breadth of the service. Section 2 asks the Executive to approve the annual assurance statement, which is contained in Appendix 1, to allow it to be submitted to the regulator. Assuming the Executive agree with the recommendation, this will be submitted without any evidence, but the evidence will be available should the regulator wish to review this. It is a matter for the Executive to decide if they have seen sufficient evidence to be assured, and to aid this, Appendix 2 contains an evidence checklist, details of each requirement, and our assessment of our position relative to this. I am happy to answer any questions on this statement.
Thank you, Mr. Ferguson. And Councillor Bryce?
Yeah, thank you, Convener. You'll all be quite relieved I'm quite short on this one. So, yeah, there are 16 standards. There is 3 that we don't comply with. Some of the standards are quite severe, but for good reason. They're quite severe, and particularly the gas safety check one, because the amount of gas safety check we do every year is in the hundreds and many hundreds, and we missed on 9. But the standard for gas safety checks is 100%. Even one gas safety check not being done would be a non-compliance. So to have 9 out of the many that we do have is a reasonable performance, but it's still not compliant. And I know, because having spoke to the service, they've got a laser focus on getting that sorted. On the installation work for the smoke and fire alarms, unfortunately, it's and like other things, because I know we have it with the window and door programme at the moment, not everybody wants to have these things done. So there is a few which we've had to get assisted access, we'll call it, and that's really the main problem there. The change in legislation was always going to be tricky because it ran out of sequence with where we were, but I understand we're very close if we haven't actually to date got that up to date. The difficult one is the homeless one. We've spoken many times in this chamber about the difficulties that we're having at the moment with asylum seekers, with people from many countries throughout the world. We've got to be there. We've got to help them. So it's adding pressure to our own homeless level. A lot of the ones, I think Paul touched on it there, sometimes it's not, and from what I'm listening, it's not long term. It tends to be a short term, but it's still not compliant. I'd like to thank the housing team for the briefings they've done with all the groups on this, so that everybody hopefully could understand exactly where they were. And I will, with that, I will move the recommendations in the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bounce. As I'm required to sign off as convener of the meeting, I'm going to second the report. I think where we have not been compliant, we've recognised, and I've put in mitigations to say that will be something that we will look to not happen again. And I think that there's a bank of evidence there that has been shared with elected members in order to be able to do that. Vast majority of the areas we are compliant with the Charter. And while we can see that there's extenuating circumstances, I think the direction of the service is that we want to make sure that we are fully compliant rather than just fall back. There is a bit of a hangover still remains from COVID, and that's where we have had challenges around access to properties. And I think that may continue to be a constant challenge, but I'm assured that the service will work to address those and will only look to take enforcement in the most extreme circumstances in order to ensure that people are safe and secure within their own homes. So therefore, I'm happy to second the report, and I'll now open it up for any questions. No, Councillor Spears.
I wasn't going to ask a question, but since you mentioned enforcement, I've recently had a case where I had to organise transport for the guy to go and get the new keys to his house because it had been forcibly entered by housing. The guy has a lot of particular problems, and I'm not blaming housing here. He wasn't answering correspondence regarding getting new fire alarm systems put in. But they locked the guy out his house where he needed the medication to get in, and it was the length of time and availability to get a key to get back in to get his medication. And what appeared, and remember, we hear quite a lot, but don't always believe everything we hear, that he was told he could walk up to get the keys. Now, this is a disabled person, so managed to arrange him transport, and I got the keys the next day. Can you tell me the accurate procedure when someone has had their house entered and the locks changed, and how they go about getting the keys back, especially if they're disabled and need medication?
Okay, Paul, do you want to take that?
Thank you. First, to go back a stage and say that we make every attempt to avoid this stage. It's very clear. So we make every attempt to avoid actually the forced entry, because obviously the contractors and ourselves communicate effectively with the team, and actually the letters to say the forced entry may take place are hand delivered to try and ensure that engagement takes place there to avoid this happening. Where the date has been notified and the tenant is not home and we do a forced entry and therefore change the locks, the keys are held available at the forum at present. And they're made available to the tenants to gain access to them. If somebody did present and say that they could not make access to it, we would deliver it to them at their property if resources allowed. But obviously, I can't believe that anyone will tell them to walk to the forum to get the keys. But I can't say that we offer to transport either in that case, but certainly the process is that we will actually try and avoid at all costs where it happens. We will make the keys available to them, and should they present difficulties, we will try and work with those individuals to make sure that their needs were met at that stage.
I would check my inquiry because as soon as I heard in the afternoon, I put an inquiry in, and I don't believe as yet I've had a response.
I'll pick up that inquiry and make sure the response is done today.
Okay, thank you. Okay, if there are no further questions, are we happy to agree the report?
Agreed.
Okay, thank you. And we will just allow the housing team to vacate and the team for the next item to come forward. Okay, thank you. Moving on to the next item, which is item 8, and it's a climate change and action plan. And we have Ian Dryden, who's going to take the report, and he's going to be supported by Claire Gibson. Thank you.
Thank you, Convener, for that. And before I start, I just want to take the opportunity to thank Claire and her team for pulling together the documents that are for your consideration this morning. And you'll see from the report before you that this concerns 2 strategy documents, the first being the Council's climate change strategy, and also related to that there's an update on the climate emergency action plan. And the second strategy for your consideration today is in relation to our ambitions for local heat energy efficiency opportunities, which I'll refer to for brevity as LHEs for the remainder of the report. Section 4 of the report before you provides a summary of how we have got to this position, and you'll recall, some of you, back in 2019 when the Council declared a climate emergency, it published organisational emissions targets for net zero by 2030, which required the Council to significantly reduce emissions linked to operational buildings, energy use, street lighting and fuel consumption for Council-owned fleet vehicles. And obviously, in addition to that, you will note in the report that in addition to the organisational targets, the Council must also meet its national target of a 75% reduction in emissions by 2030, with a 90% reduction of emissions by 2040 and net zero by 2045. The Climate Emergency Action Plan, you'll see from the background report, refers to this being considered by the Executive on February of 22. It set out a number of actions in respect of the climate emergency, and in particular, one of those actions was the need to draft a climate change strategy to guide this work, and it's this document that is part of the report for your consideration this morning. So turning to the considerations, particularly section 5 for the climate change strategy, you will see that this will sit alongside the emergency action plan, which runs from the period of 2022 to 2030. And obviously there are useful links in that report because you'll note that they're fairly hefty and extensive documents and reflect the importance of these documents. There are 3 key themes that underpin the strategy. They are reducing greenhouse gas emissions, adapting to climate change, and securing a just transition and green economic recovery. And also the strategy before you also sets out a number of outcomes, and you'll see from paragraph 5.13, these cover areas of buildings and energy, transport, waste management, procurement and the business sector. Turning to the Climate Energy Action Plan update, this is a live document and will continue to run, but I would like to certainly point out to committee this morning, particularly updates on the following key areas. You'll see updates on the Council's vehicle replacement programme, where we now have 124 electric vehicles in the fleet, up from 50 vehicles. We've also engaged in the trialling of hydrogenated vegetable oil, HVO, for our heavy goods vehicles. We're currently in the process of run out of non-domestic building upgrades, particularly in our high schools. And very shortly, the commissioning of a waste-to-energy plant in Earls Gate will certainly be up and running, and these will all make positive contributions towards achieving our targets as an organisation and for emissions for the wider area. Paragraph 5.3 is the LHE strategy, and this document before you this morning sets out the long-term plan for decarbonising heat in buildings, improving heat energy across the local authority area. And these local strategies will underpin an area-based approach to heat and energy efficiency planning and delivery. And the purpose of LHEs is to present the evidence base that identifies what needs to be done across local authority area to change buildings and local infrastructure by 2045 to fulfil the Scottish Government's objectives and local priorities in heat in buildings. And you'll see in the report, particularly in paragraphs 5.36, is that we have already identified some high-level outputs of areas of the council that clearly would focus, not exclusively, but there are some areas already we think need to obviously be addressed in the near future. Current progress towards net zero targets, you'll see in the report before you there are a couple of graphs which explain where we are to date, particularly with our organisational objectives. And figure 1 shows where we are, and I think it is in the report clearly an area where we need to obviously recognise the scale of the financial challenge that we face as an organisation. We're not unique there. This is something that's happening across the country, but you will certainly see in terms of our challenges towards meeting our organisational challenge of 2030, that remains a challenge, but I think it's important that we recognise and the ambitions, and clearly we will continue to look for external sources of funding to support the carbon reduction gaps. Figure 2 is the interim reduction target for the council set by Scottish Government of 75%, and you'll see in a positive note that in terms of our 75% projections, we are certainly on track to assist with that, and certainly one of the reasons being that, for example, is our HVO trial, which has produced lower emissions, and that's to be welcomed and is seen as a positive move towards our overall obligations towards net zero. I think it's also important to point that there are a number of other projects as part of this where we have our strategic property review, which, as you'll be familiar, is ongoing, and this could also make a significant contribution towards our emissions reductions. And also moving on in a similar vein, we're also looking at the issue of carbon budgeting, both in a revenue and a capital context. And there's a bit of work that's already been done on that, and that will continue to be done. So a summary of that is provided in paragraph 6 of the report. Paragraph 6.2, you'll recall at the March 23 budget, there was the agreement to spend the council reserves on investing in sustainable energy solutions. And you'll see particularly in page 297 through to 298 that we have identified some projects, and there was touch on this morning in earlier reports, that we could look at the Calendar Park heat network along with Hull Glen Solar Farm and mine water geothermal projects, and you'll see there is a summary of where we are, and these are something that we want to continue with as part of our obligations. In terms of consultation, these are very significant documents, and they have been the subject of extensive consultation, and you'll see before you in the report this morning under paragraph 7 that consultation has been undertaken both in climate change strategy and the LHEs consultation. Generally, there have been positive feedback in these surveys. I think there's a recognition for our citizens in Falkirk that there is a concern. There's a growing awareness of the challenge that we all face. And I think this is a challenge we all have to face, and collaboration is a key here as we move forward. In terms of the financial implications, it's already been highlighted that we are under significant financial pressure. And clearly, while these documents are here before you this morning with seeking your approval, these are live documents. These will continue to be reviewed periodically, and we'll hopefully be able to update you in due course as we move forward, as we face the challenges ahead. Clearly, in terms of Section 11 risk, you'll see in the report there is a risk on the outcomes met with the climate change strategy. And clearly the risk we will have to carefully monitor. But I think what's important, a key positive outcome so far has been the formation of the Corporate Sustainability Working Group, which is across the Council's organisation, involving internal and external stakeholders. And I think a key a way forward is to ensure that that group certainly continues to meet regularly and to address the demands that we face as a council. I think it's also important to say that Claire and her team have also been instrumental in rolling out the carbon literacy training, which I'm sure some of you, if not all of you, been on. And the plan is to try and continue to roll that out to increase the greater awareness, not only within ourselves as an organisation, but for our citizens of Falkirk as well. So to conclude, the report before you highlights the current progress made with the Climate Energy Action Plan. And obviously, I've already highlighted, summarised that there are 2 key strategies that we're asking you to consider. And happy to take any questions. And I have Claire Gibson with me as well from our climate team to answer any detailed aspects. Thank you, Convener.
Thank you. And just to very briefly add my thanks to Claire for the briefings. They were very good and much appreciated. I'll go to Councillor Deacon.
Thank you very much. And I want to just welcome Claire to our first executive. I know she's really embarrassed, so just give her a wee red face. So in 2019, Falkirk Council declared a climate emergency and set an ambitious to achieve net zero by 2030 on certain emissions such as energy and operational buildings, fuel for council-owned fleet and electricity for street lighting. Council is also required to support the national net zero and interim carbon reduction targets on all Falkirk Council emission sources and area-wide by 2045. It is important that we as a local authority take strong and ambitious action to support the delivery of these targets. That is why I'm delighted we are presenting the Council's Climate Change Strategy and Action Plan, as well as LHEAS and Delivery Plan. Both documents have decarbonisation at the heart of them. The Climate Change Strategy sets out how the Council intends to support decarbonisation in terms of our own emissions and emissions area-wide. There are several outcomes that the strategy will support, including energy, transportation, waste, procurement, business, industry and wider land use. The Climate Change Plan provides an update on actions set in the first plan agreed by Executive on 22nd February 2022. The Action Plan contains key actions that will support our drive towards net zero. The second strategy for consideration today relates to our ambitions in terms of local heat and energy efficiency opportunities. The strategy provides a long-term plan for decarbonising heat and improving energy efficiency across the Falkirk area. Councils need to address the issue of fuel poverty, and this strategy is a key component that we believe will benefit our communities as we identify and deliver low-carbon heating solutions. The LHEAS strategy identifies areas that would be suitable for a heat network. Heat networks are an efficient way of heating many properties, and depending on the technology, a low carbon solution for heating. The key delivery plan part of LHEAS sets out the actions of the council will take to decarbonise heat and improve energy efficiency across the area. Members should note the importance of having an ambitious climate change strategy and supporting the council securing external funding to continue to strive to meet our net zero ambitions. Local authorities in Scotland are required to produce a local heat and energy efficient strategy and delivery plan by the end of 2023. If agreed today, Falkirk Council will be one of the first councils in Scotland to publish its final LHEAS strategy and delivery plan. While we as elected members may have our different visions for national politics, I'm confident we have the same goal of improving the local area. I want to thank the officers for all their hard work in preparing these documents for consideration today, and I'd offer my support on recommendations contained at 2.1. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Deacon. Councillor Gardner.
Thank you, Convener. I'm just back for the SNP conference, and there was a couple of fringe events where the LHEAS was mentioned, and it was good to be there and know that Falkirk's doing a lot that other councils aren't doing yet. So we are quite far along the road for that. So I thank both of you guys for that. I'm not going to dwell on anything. I think Brian and Ian have covered everything that's in the report. So yeah, just happy to second the recommendations.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Spears.
Thank you. It's a question, my second question today for the portfolio holder. You mentioned that the council will support everybody across the area. So that means there's going to be parity across the district. Is that correct? First question.
I don't think that's something that the portfolio holder can actually answer without having a bit more detail.
Well, it's to get back onto my subject of today. Our owner occupiers and private house owners, they don't get any insulation grants. They never qualify. They qualify to pay more tax, but they don't qualify to get their house insulated. is there any parity across the district so we insulate all our houses and not just local authority houses? You'll see it quite clearly in the 4 blocks on some housing schemes where you get what we call Battenberg houses. You can have 2 houses in the block with external insulation and the owner occupiers don't have that. Is there any schemes available where we can try and insulate all our homes, have parity across the district and treat all our people equally?
Not sure how relevant that is to the report, but maybe Claire could perhaps give an indication.
I think it comes under carbon zero.
Well, from her perspective, because I think it strays into other areas that isn't really appropriate for this report.
Yeah, thank you, convener. So there are a number of schemes, and as you identified, councillor, that they're not all appropriate for private homeowners. There is the Warmer Homes scheme, the Warmer Homes Scotland scheme, which if you're a homeowner or you're a private tenant, there are a number of support mechanisms for that, whether you want to put in energy efficiency measures or it's low carbon heating sources. Now, I appreciate that you have to be in receipt of certain passport benefits. There is a Home Energy Scotland scheme. I'm not sure that this is widely publicised, but there is grants and loan schemes for those households that want to put in things like insulation and air source heating, for example. There is grants of up to £7,500 available, and the rest can be used by loan schemes from Home Energy Scotland. If you're in a rural community, and that can apply to Falkirk, that grant can go up to £9,000 for that household. So there are schemes out there. It's important for us to ensure that the communities are aware of what funding opportunities exist, and that is why we created Decarbonise Falkirk, which is a stakeholder map that people can go on to access, look at what they can do and look at where they can get financial assistance for that.
So what you're saying is we can get to net zero and decarbonise if you can afford it. Because you try applying for these schemes, and I would recommend that the council does look into applying for these schemes.
It's my understanding
you'd have to sell your house before you could insulate it. It's just, we need to look after all sections of our community. That's why we're here.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'll go to Councillor Bundy.
Thank you, convener. I think it's important for the ELHI strategy that people across Falkirk are aware of the options available to them. I think most people, if they hear you might be able to reduce your carbon by X amount, that's not really going to motivate them. But if you can say, if you do this, it's going to reduce your energy bills by 20–25%, that might ring in accordance with them, because that is one of the motivations that people have. They are concerned about the bank balance. So when we're talking about ELHIs, I think it is important to talk about it in language that people use in their daily lives. And I also think it's important, the conversation that we've just had between Councillor Spiers and Claire, I think highlights the need for public awareness about what options are out there. Because Councillor Spiers was saying about grants and subsidies and what support is there. I think lots of people are asking that question. And that's why the Falkirk Conservatives have put forward a very short addendum for 2.15, which will say we agree to the local heat and energy strategy and delivery plan, and we just want a public information campaign that informs people with the subsidies, grants and loans available, because that's important to reach the Scope 3 2045 target. And that is the private households that Councillor Spiers is talking about. And we are moving in the right direction, but we just need people to know the information that they need for the council to reach the 2045 targets. So that is why we've put forward the addendum, and we hope that we can achieve cross-party support for it.
Do you have a seconder?
Happy to second.
Okay, thank you. And just to say it's helpful to have sight of these beforehand, particularly when we have large agendas. So I appreciate what you're doing, but if it can be put in, so at least even if it is just in the morning, it's helpful to be able to share that at an earlier stage, so that we can give proper consideration to it. I do intend to take a short break to consider the amendment, but I don't know whether Councillor Steenbank wants to speak first.
I'm happy to contribute after we can have a chance to confer about the addendum. Thanks, Convener.
That's fine. Okay, if people are content, 10 minutes.
Do we all have visibility of the addendum?
Well, it's on. It was on the screen, and I think we've got a copy of it that we can get printed off. So it will take a 10-minute recess. Councillor Murtagh.
I was just really, obviously, I see that it was on
You're
the
on
screen,
mute,
but I
Councillor
don't know.
Murtagh.
Okay.
I can hear you, Laura.
So Siobhan can hear me. Councillor Patson can hear me. Can you hear me
We
now?
can hear you now. We can hear you now.
Okay. No, I've got an echo. So basically, I was just to ask Councillor Bundy, because I saw the amendment go up or addendum go up, but it's kind of more, what if you could elaborate what he means about a public information campaign, because I don't disagree on the concept, but what does that actually mean before we go to consider it? Because I think one of the things is there's all these public campaigns from the agencies which provide these these grants and these loans, and what does he actually mean by that? What would it involve? What sort of, like from a council perspective, what's envisaged by the addendum really?
Through you, Convener, it's using various tools to give information to people. Claire mentioned the website, but I don't think many people have been on that website, and I think we need to get that website out to people. So using billboards in libraries, so for QR codes, maybe a leaflet through the door. Of course, that has a cost to it. But if there was a leaflet with a QR code or with the website's address on it saying, if you want to know your options to potentially reduce your energy bills, go here. I think that would be attractive to people, because just now, you go into the Falkirk Council website, it is quite difficult to navigate to get to that exact point. So it's just making it easier to people to access, and there's various tools that you could use, hard copy paper to social media.
Thanks.
Okay.
Thank you. Sorry.
We will have a 10 minutes recess. That will allow people to maybe have a comfort break as well. So if we can come back at 10 to 12. Okay, I'll go to Councillor Deacon to respond to the amendment, but I will come back to you, Councillor Steenbank, in a minute.
Thank you very much. We are happy to support the amendment if we are able to maintain this going through the current budget systems.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Deacon. Councillor Gardner as a seconder, do you have any?
No, I'm happy with that.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'll go to Councillor Steenbank.
Thanks, Convener. We are also happy to accept the addendum under the conditions that Councillor Deacon's also laid out. I just want to say thanks to the work that's been done by the officers in this report, and especially Claire for our extensive engagement with elected members prior to the report coming to executive. This is utterly crucial to guide the decisions this council will make in line with our declaration of a climate emergency in 2019, our 2030 net zero target, and also as part of the area-wide contribution to the national net zero target of 2045. Putting us on the quickest, just and viable path at every level to get to net zero and preventing further climate harms is a key current priority for every public sector body and government operating in good faith. The funding available and identified for us achieving this, as Mr Dryden spoke about, is an ongoing concern we'll raise. So I do have a few questions. First one is on 5.4.7 of the report, which talks about external funding opportunities for carbon reduction projects. Where do we imagine the majority of these external funding opportunities will come from? Thank you.
Through you, Convener. The vast majority of these external funding opportunities are probably more than likely to come from the Scottish Government. So we are anticipating a new fund that will be managed by Salix, and it's decarbonising heat in public sector buildings. So we're anticipating that to be opening fairly shortly, and we'll be making an application for Falkirk Council.
Thank you. I'm just going to go to 5.4.17, which talks about the capital commitment for the strategic property review. Back at our March debate on this, it was raised that we're looking to transfer properties, I would say, in a higher condition than previously done. And there have been previous difficulties with transfer properties. This is clear in my ward with the Tamforel Community Hub, a fantastic organisation who are spending a substantial amount of time trying to sort out their heating system at the moment. Do we expect the standard in which we transfer properties with the availability of this £6 million fund to be higher than it was previously? Thank you.
I might defer that one to Mr. Kettrick.
The intention of the £6 million fund, as you mentioned, will focus quite a bit on energy efficiency works. It's been identified in the whole number of consultations and engagements I've certainly had and colleagues have had with community groups as one of their big concerns. That funding is available for them to lever in additional funding that could be available from other sources. I'm certainly aware of two organisations, one who have been partnering with us for Scottish Power Energy Networks funding, net zero funding, which could be up to £250,000. We would match that through the Strategic Property Review Fund on the basis that it would be available to them as an asset transfer. The council can't secure that money. It has to be on behalf of a community group. And there is another group that's looking similarly at that fund for the next round of funding that could be available. There's a number of other funds that are available to groups and organisations to help with improvement to buildings focused on energy efficiency. And again, we would look to support and partner them any way we could to, in effect, get bigger bang for our buck when we come to that point of asset transfer.
Thanks for that. And I've just got one final question. I think answered a few of my follow-ups that I did have there. As a lot of that funding will be contingent on the properties being transferred, how much work can realistically be done prior to transfer to make sure that they're being passed over in the best possible condition?
So the commitment we've given as part of the strategic property review is that all buildings that transfer at a basic level will be statutorily compliant wind and water type. In terms of the energy efficiency part, we've had energy performance certificates undertaken even for buildings where, due to their size, we don't have to do that. That gives an initial indication of the improvements that can be made and the impact they could have. We've also had condition surveys done on all properties where we get an expression of interest. Again, that highlights things like age of boilers, conditions of key elements of the building, again, all of which can provide that technical information that's required for making those applications, but also in terms of what works can be undertaken as part of the asset transfer process to improve the performance of the building.
Thanks for that. And just overall, I think on the public information side of things, I'm aware that Decarbonise Falkirk have done substantial work to raise awareness around it, and I'd like to thank them for that. I think the resources we put towards this is a real concern, and we do need to potentially look at that, and hopefully the Scottish Government and the UK Government have their ears open to how important this is as a priority. Thanks, Convener.
Thank you, Councillor Steinbach. Go to Councillor Murtagh.
Fingers crossed you can hear me. Can you hear me?
Yes,
okay?
we can this time, yeah.
Thank you. It sort of builds on the previous points about both the public awareness. I think that in terms of the projects that we have even identified within our our strategy, and there's a tremendous amount of work being done on that, we still know that we have some ways to go from the graphs to reach our own targets, and we always need to be looking for new possibilities. And the briefings were excellent and sort of discussed within the briefings about where our communities may wish to join us on that journey and potentially develop their own heating aspirations or power aspirations district community projects. How do we help to empower them to come into those those project registers, and it's very challenging for them to take that initiative by themselves. So is there something that we can do to assist communities who wish to look at helping us reduce our area-wide emissions? I wonder if Claire could kind of comment on that.
Claire, do you want to take that, please?
Thank you, convener. So this is something that we will likely have to explore, those opportunities with communities. Now, obviously, we do mention in the strategy that collaborative working is absolutely key. We can't afford to work in silos, so working with the communities, working with private sector is going to be absolutely essential. And this is probably something in the next few years that we can explore. How do we support that? And is that again through public awareness, raising awareness of what can be done, in terms of tapping into, heat networks, solar farms, etc. There are options. Also look into what other local authorities are doing through our Sustainable Scotland Network Forum. So we can do benchmarking exercises to look at what other authorities are doing, if they are doing similar activities, working with communities on these aspects.
I'm grateful for that, and I think on one hand I could say, if you look out on the car side of my window, you see the wind turbines, but you won't see very much if you look out the window other than just thick fog right now. But I think there are these opportunities, particularly in some of our more rural areas, where they could even potentially look at, whether it's wind farm, whether it's solar, whether it's development into areas of water extraction. But and without those projects, we won't reach our targets. So I think we do need to embrace that, no working in silence, and I'm glad that that's within that. The other question I have is, procurement of new solutions and how we look at the things which we've made huge progress in. Some of our electric vehicles is mentioned very much within the report, and reducing the emissions of our fleet, and also in waste. But street lighting is one of those areas where we have a significant outlay in terms of the amount of carbon that we are using. And I know that other local authorities have gone down routes of looking at solar power en masse, in new developments, but also in replacement. But procurement processes seem to get in the way of kind of the new innovative solutions, because they're not necessarily on the public contract register, or they're gone through the Scotland Excel. Is there, within what we can do as a council and the leeway we have in our procurement, if we were even to pilot projects, for example, solar light, street lighting is just an example, but I know that there, particularly for companies who are developing new innovative solutions, there's some frustration about how they get into the local government procurement and make that impact. So are we able to open up, it's not just a case of public discussion, but with the private sector for smaller, more innovative solutions? How can they help us with our strategy?
Okay, I'll go back to Claire.
So procurement isn't my area of expertise, so I would need to defer that to a colleague who could talk through, the particular ins and outs of procurement, because obviously we are bound by certain rules, and we do need to ensure that we do have best value, because it is, essentially publicly funded. So we need to make sure that any contracts that we procure are ensuring that best value for Falkirk Council. But on those other questions, then I would have to defer to procurement for an answer for that.
Okay, I'll just go very briefly to Mr. Moody for that.
Sorry.
If you like, Mr. Moody, and then if I could ask you maybe to wind up your questions following that.
Thank you, convener. And there isn't an easy answer to the question which Councillor Murtagh raises. I think the issue does arise in relation to innovation and in smaller enterprises trying to introduce particular new technologies into the market. I think it's not something that's impossible to achieve, but I think just the structure around the way in which larger frameworks and contracts operate and the general impetus towards that within the public procurement framework does tend to militate against it. Is an area, the procurement strategy for the council, which is currently under review. I think officers are all aware that the issue of sustainable procurement is one which is rising in priority across all public authorities. So I think this is certainly an area that can be looked at. I know that isn't an immediate answer, but I don't think there is an easy or immediate answer to the issue which Councillor Murtagh properly identifies.
Thank you. And I will try and wind up quickly, Convener. I suppose the thing is that if we're seeing other councils, particularly like Argyll and Bute or Perth Kinross, doing small scale projects that the Falkirk, I know we always pride ourselves in being innovative, could potentially try and do the same. I just wanted to pick up on, and I will find the page for you. It's basically, I think it's point 5.3.6, and it's talking about the areas that I identified in terms of where there's poor energy efficiency within particular household areas. And I see often the mention of the Upper Braes villages, which I obviously agree with, but sometimes I forget that there are other villages which have also been identified as in this specific way in terms of in my own ward, Letham, South Alloa, etc., and that those are no less important but often not put in that same bracket. So it's something I wanted to mention within the report. Thank you, Convener.
Okay, thank you. There is also something that draws that sustainability into the community health and wealth building, and that's a discussion that's ongoing across the regional economic partnership right now around that sustainability as well, just to make people aware that there is work going on in a wider capacity. Councillor Spears, do you have another question? Because
yes, on the addendum. I welcome the addendum. As you know, it's something that we did agree to do at our briefing meetings. The Scottish Government sets targets. These targets will only be achieved, they're inclusive, and that includes every house, and it includes every house in Scotland. You'll never get zero emissions if you're only targeting a certain section. I feel that the awareness has been done, and if anybody's not aware of the high bills and the cold houses and putting your heating on later and cutting the amount of hours, then you're not living in the same world I'm living in. So we've got to be even here across the board. Everybody, all our citizens deserve the right to a warm house, an affordable warm house, and hopefully this will go a small way in achieving that.
I'm not really sure there was a particular question in there, Councillor Spears. You've not a question there is what I'm saying, there is questions. Okay, Councillor Patterson.
Thanks, Convener. It is just a very brief question. And I realise that there was a lot in the report and that there's always a lot to cover. But there is mention of the fact that, yes, we are reducing our impact on the climate, but we also need to prepare for the changes that are coming. I know that the flood prevention team have got excellent plans in place and they're of national importance, which is all great, but the lack of funding, I think maybe there should have been mentioned in this report when we're talking about preparing for changes that are coming, that how essential the flood defences are and how critical it is that we're able to source funding from the Scottish Government and the UK Government presumably as well. So I just don't know if anybody wants to make comment on that when we're talking about preparing for the changes, because it's kind of like the elephant in the room that if we don't have our flood defences in place, then the people of Falkirk are going to suffer.
Yeah, I'll go to Mr. Kettrick to respond to that.
Thank you, Convener. I think there is a recognition nationally, both UK and the Scottish level, that climate change is here and that flood protection and flood defences are important. Our own, clearly the largest project in Scotland, Grangemouth Flood Protection Scheme, there is a recognition of its national significance and the impact that it could have should a 1 in 200 event occur. I think, as quite rightly you point out, funding is a key consideration on those projects, but there is an active dialogue with the Scottish Government on the types of funding models that may be relevant. There is no easy solutions, though. At some point somebody has to pay, and that's currently where the discussions are, is how that those funding models are put in place and how they can be implemented.
Thanks. I do appreciate that, and I realise the scale of the issue. I think my point was I would have liked to have seen it reflected in the report, because I think specifically the flood defences, we do always need to be talking about them and keeping them in the consciousness, because it is such a big issue for all of us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kerr.
I'll be quick, convener. And it's not a question, just a quick comment that Mr. Dryden's right regarding the financial implications and the risk, and they're both highlighted. And as Councillor Patterson's already mentioned, the financial aspect of us reaching how we get to our target is a massive indicator how we will achieve it. So I'm glad it's in the financial implications and the risk. And just to highlight again what Councillor Patterson's saying, Grangemouth has got a flood warning tomorrow. So that's a massive thing for our area. But I'm just glad that it's in the report.
Thank you. Just before we round up, just to say that our climate change is the biggest risk to our society as a whole. The financial aspects of it are a challenge, but I wouldn't like the work that we are already doing to be overshadowed, and the fact that it is a financial challenge, because there's a huge amount of work going on. There is significant moves. We have made a significant reduction in our carbon over the last couple of years. If we continue on that trajectory, then we have the real opportunity to reach our target going forward. We don't have enough projects to fulfil that 2040 target. We still need to work towards that, and that will mean some difficult decisions that will have to come in front of members as we go forward. It will need finances to be identified by both Scottish and UK governments going forward. But if we continue to press on that, then and make that a priority, and I believe we can actually make that real difference going forward. Are we happy to agree the report?
Agreed.
Thank you. Move on to item 9 and the Green Freeport, and it's with Mr. Kettrick.
Thank you, convener, and like similarly to previous people presenting reports, I'd like to thank Laura McIntyre for her efforts in pulling together the report, and her and our colleagues' continued endeavours in progressing the Council's interests on the fourth Green Freeport. The purpose of this report is to provide Council Executive with an overview of progress on the establishment of the fourth Green Freeport, and in particular the progression of the outline business case. The key recommendations are, as set out in the report, to note the progress to date, and in particular the advancements that have been made on the outline business case. Note the forthcoming request for Falkirk Council elected member representation on the fourth Green Freeport Governance Board. Agrees to provide seeks to provide delegated authority to the Director of Police Services to enter into any necessary agreement with other partners to ensure our obligations as accountable body can be effectively and efficiently undertaken, and notes proposals that landowner contributions are proposed to be sought as part of the operational cost recovery for the Freeport, of which the Council is a landowner. Section 4 outlines the background and recaps on what was previously agreed, and I won't go into detail on that. And there has been a number of member briefings since February 2023. The main considerations in the report are highlighted at Section 5, and those that are clearly relevant at the moment is the establishment of the interim board, who have now been added to in terms of representation from the Ministry of Defence to reflect their interests at HMS Caledonia and Rosyth. And we also have Calachem, who are now a partner, although they're not a board member, and they're a local Grangemouth company who have a tax site. What has been confirmed is that the interim board will disband when the new independent chair is recruited, and at that point the chair will write formally to the council to seek an elected member representative to represent the council's interest. The current proposals for the board representations are outlined in 5.5, and it is worth noting that there is a 50-50 private-public sector balance with an independent chair. The board will oversee the activities of 5 subcommittees, and they're outlined in the report, and they are the communications and engagement, trade and investment, innovation and net zero, infrastructure, communities in place, and one that's quite important to certainly Falkirk Council is fair work and skills. In terms of the fair work and skills, there is a proposal to establish a dedicated skill funds to ensure that local people can gain the necessary skills to access the jobs that will be created. The Fair Work and Skills Charter that has been developed as part of the outline business case will also seek to ensure that there is worker representation and that there is engagement that forms part of the wider partnership. Overall, across the business case, good progress has been made, and that's evident across all work streams, although it should be noted that it is a complex programme with intertwined work streams with both new and emerging regulatory requirements and guidance that is developed, running in parallel to us progressing our financial case. From 5.21, the report outlines the next stages in the development of the business case, and this includes looking at the proposals for the investment of the seed funding, the establishment of the operational company formation and the accountable body role, and finalising arrangements on the management of the Forth Green Freeport. In conclusion, there has been significant progress made as outlined in the report. We're on track to submit the outline business case this November, and for the Green Freeport hopefully to be operational by summer 2024. As accountable body and partner, the authority is in a good position to influence the proposals going forward. And I'm happy to take any questions, and I have Laura here also to help.
Thank you, Mr Keswick. Councillor Garner.
Thank you, Convener. And before I talk to the report, I'm sure the majority of people here will congratulate yourself in being shortlisted for as Council Leader of the Year at the prestigious LGIU Awards. This is not only recognition of your own work, but this is recognition of the Council's work as a whole. And I think the reports that came before us now have highlighted the direction the Council's taken, and I also think the awards that we received at the COSL Awards very recently highlight this. So thank you from me anyway. And thank you to Paul and Laura, especially for our members' briefings, which were very well received. As we've heard from officers, the establishment of the Forth Green Freeport is a partnership across UK and Scottish governments, 3 local authorities, the MOD and a range of national companies such as Forthport, INEOS and Babcock, etc. When operational, it will not only provide a high number of high-quality jobs, but will also provide a unique opportunity to lever in investment that will support progress of the economic transitions of Grangemouth and the wider Falkirk area, from high carbon emitting industries to greener, more sustainable ones. The Council, as an accountable body, has an important role to play, which will mean we have a key role in coordinating the business cases, establishing governance arrangements and overseeing the distribution of grant funding. On governance, the proposals set out in the report for the permanent board will include an elected member representative from Falkirk Council, with a request for nomination likely to be forthcoming in due course. As accountable body, the Council's Chief Finance Officer will also have a place in the board. The board will be supported by 5 subcommittees, with each having professional representatives, members drawn from across the partners and stakeholders. On the outline business case is set out in the report, which shows good progress is being made. This is a substantial piece of work that has been led on by Council and highly complex, with guidance and legislative requirements being developed in parallel. It's pleased to see that it now reaching the final stage, of this stage, sorry. The main driver for a lot of the OBC activity is to ensure that the Forth Green Freeport demonstrates good governance and delivers the maximum benefits to partners, communities and wider stakeholders. I give credit to the partners for enshrining those values in the proposals. Happy to move the recommendations.
Thank you, Councillor Garner, and thank you for your kind words. I'm delighted to second this particular report. and it's good to see that it is moving at pace in that preparatory phase. The Green Report will provide a real opportunity to advance the net zero agenda and the economic priorities of the council area. It aligns with our growth deal, the TIF and the levelling up investment, and a test bed for developing that just transition. So act as an enabler to retain the industrial base in Scotland and creating high quality jobs. It's anticipated that it will create around 50,000 jobs, 20 of those which will be in the Grangemouth Falkirk area, one which we must be ready to embrace and to maximise the economic benefits to the area. Falkirk Council will act as the accountable body, and as already been stated, this will enable us to take advantage of and maximise opportunities resulting in the synergies between the TIF and the growth deal, and then the development of the outline business case and then to full business case. There has been significant progress made on the outline business case and the full business case having to be developed swiftly on the back in order that the Green Freeport can be in operation by summer in 24. We also have the benefit of the non-domestic rates, which can be retained by each of the local authorities involved and can be redeployed to complementary infrastructure projects, giving us a huge boost to the local area for that infrastructure investment. There will be a clear delineation of the council's role as the accountable body and the strategic decision making of the council as a board member. We, like our other council partners, are currently awaiting formal invitation from the newly appointed convener when in place in order to be able to appoint our member to the board, which will be brought forward in the formal way in due course. We have been one of the key drivers around the Fair Work and Skills, and having that skills fund will be a great opportunity, particularly for our young people within the district and beyond, giving them real opportunities to be able to get into that workforce and to be able to access the high quality jobs that will be created as this develops. So I'm more than happy to second the report, and I'll go to Councillor Spears for questions.
Thank you, Convener. I'm more than happy to go along with most of this, what is in this report, but I do have a couple of questions. Firstly, as you would expect, some of the outline problems before we start on flood protection. Can you let me know, we believe wrote to the Scottish Government regarding the financing of this and when it will go ahead. Have we had a response? That's my first question.
I think Mr Kestrick gave a response to that previously, but I'll go back to him.
Yes, Convener, we did obtain a response which clarified that Scottish Government were evaluating the Mott MacDonald work that was undertaken as part of their assurance framework. In terms of where we are in the process, we are still at the outline design stage, which is known as stage 4, which has involved completion of significant site investigations and design work. That will be the technical focus for the remainder of 23 through early 24, with a view to making a formal notification to Scottish Government in spring 2024. As we've mentioned, there is active dialogue between ourselves and Scottish Government on the funding arrangements.
You stated earlier that it would be a 1 in 200 years event. It's also statistically been proven that the Forth Estuary is rising 10 millimetres per annum. So the time and tide waits for no man. Can you tell me how you come to 1 in 200 years?
Councillor Spears, that's not really relevant to this report. That's in relation to the Grangemouth flood protection. I think this is very different from that, and I would urge you to hold your fire on that. There will be an update report regarding the Grangemouth flood defences coming probably in the next executive. I don't see that that's particularly relevant to this report.
Okay, my second question is 5.5, the proposed membership of the permanent board. So this board will be ongoing for the whole, well, forevermore, for the life of the Freeport. It's not a board to oversee the start. This is a board that's going to be ongoing with a independent councillor chair.
It's an independent chair. It's not a councillor that's in the chair, is my understanding. But Mr Kestrick, do you want to maybe give a wee bit of information on that?
Yeah, that is correct. It's an independently appointed chair.
That's good, but it will be ongoing. Because I know we've got difficulty with winding up the community trust. It's still not wound up as present, and the cost of that, the legal side must be enormous. But
I think that's incorrect. I think the community trust has now been fully wound up, and I don't think there has been any difficulties in relation to that.
I'll certainly get back to my source on that one.
But I think that would be for you to do. But again, it's not a subject to this report. I think the board is an interim board at the moment. It will move to a full board, and the lifetime of that board will be decided as the board develops further. And how that goes, I would assume that there'll be a rotation of elected members, as there would be any particular body such as that on an electoral basis, but that's still to come forward as part of the governance.
Nothing more to add to that, convener. What I would say is that the board is completely independent. It's not similar to the trust, which was 100% owned by the council. This board will not be owned by the council. We will just be a partner of it.
Okay, Councillor Hannah.
Thank you, convener. Just like to say thank you to Paul and Laura and others for the report and for the numerous briefings that we've had, which have been very, very helpful. I do have some concerns about the arrangements that are being made in terms of the trade union representation. There's reference being made to trade union or employee representation. I am not aware of any employee organisation that represents the interests of workers other than trade unions. I think it would be important under the Fair Work part of this that there is access for trade unions. And I wonder if you'd like to say a wee bit more about how that is going to be ensured that there's access to the workforce if the workforce wants to be a member of trade unions, and that there will be recognition and consultation with trade unions that are involved.
Okay, Paul.
Yeah, thank you, convener. The partners have committed as part of the Fair Working Skills that there can be representation from recognised unions, but there's also a recognition that not all workers will be members of unions and may wish to undertake their own representation. So that's why it is worded in the way to ensure that there is both union and worker representation available.
Thank you. In relation to paragraph 514, there's reference to the KPMG report. As you know, I have asked to see it, and I know that you're looking into that at the moment. But I wonder if you could say a bit more about the 50,000 jobs and 20,000 jobs and the figures that are there for the higher wages that are expected, and on what basis are we expecting these numbers is the first thing, and how can we be assured that it's not simply displacement of employment from other areas? I think that's one of the concerns that surrounding areas have, that it may be that the incentives from the Freeport will bring employment from other areas.
So the trade and investment work stream is quite clear, as the application of the incentives, that this is new investment to the area. In terms of those jobs, they are new jobs. Will they replace some old jobs? As we know, we work in an open market economy where business sectors increase and decrease. The jobs figures that are highlighted for the Green Freeport are new jobs that are supported through the Green Freeport. As outlined in the report, that would equate to 20,000 new jobs for Grangemouth and the surrounding supply chain, supporting the businesses within the Green Freeport. That was assessed both at the initial application stage by external consultants and has now been checked and verified by KPMG, who are mentioned in the report, who've undertaken a wide, extensive exercise on the business benefits and the economic benefits. And, you know, as I've said, I'll be happy to try and gather as much information on that as possible as to how those assessments were undertaken.
Okay, thank you. And at the Third issue I have is about infrastructure. If we are going to see that increased number of jobs in the area, those people will need houses to live in or transport to get there. And I wonder if you could say a wee bit more about the planning and preparation for the building of a suitable infrastructure.
Thank you, Convener. As noted in the report, there is the retention of non-domestic rates at a local level. There is also work ongoing looking at the future of Falkirk's economy and our wider socio-economic demographics, including things such as housing, and how we can bring forward development that complements the activities that are going on across a whole range. As we've heard this morning, you know, my division is looking at whether it's Bank Knock, you know, the work that we're doing at Westfield. All of these things are looking at future-proofing our infrastructure going forward over the next not only 5-10 years, which is the normal local plan, we're looking at 15, 20, 25 years ahead.
Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Convener.
Councillor Murtagh.
Thanks, Convener. Obviously raised some concerns through briefings and in previous meetings, and Councillor Hannah was picking up there on the fair work aspects, and I thank officers for the information they've sent to me privately on what the intentions are. I don't doubt, even from the intentions in the report, what is intended in terms of fair work practices and conditions for those operating within the Freeport. My question is really about the consequences and the monitoring, in effect, what the governance framework and is if, for example, a company signs up to charter but it doesn't deliver, and then we're already within planning for them to do X, Y, Z and develop particular areas. Is the framework, if that's not delivered upon, that they're then ejected from the Freeport? And I think that's my question: is how does it get enforced, and what do we have as the kind of responsible body to ensure that those practices are enforced and not just aspirational or signed up to? How do we ensure they're delivered upon?
So thanks, Convener. It's a valid point that Councillor Murtagh's raised in terms of that enforcement. All companies that move into the Fourth Green Freeports have to sign up to the charter, which is the principles of the Fourth Green Freeport, whether that's fair work and trade or the sectorial part of the economy that they operate in, which has to be compliant with the intentions of the Green Freeport, whether it's net zero, things like that. In terms of the enforcement, there is a number of mechanisms available. The first one being contractual, because they do sign up as part of their coming into the Freeport. The other part is through the incentives that are available to them from both national governments, whether that's through national insurance or whether that's through land and buildings transaction taxes, which can be recovered, or certainly penalties can be put in place. But ultimately, from the local authority's point of view, we can put forward we manage the discretionary rate and relief, which is applied certainly in the first 5 years of any business coming in. So that is something that we can take away if we felt that was appropriate. In terms of the governance, there's still a lot of work being done as to how those enforcement mechanisms are put in place. But clearly, the operational company, the governing board, will be overseeing a range of performance measures. There'll be a range of reports that are fed into that to ensure there is oversight, and where there is issues, we'll certainly be looking to challenge those companies if they were to occur.
Okay, I mean, I think it is an issue which, as much transparency as possible would be helpful, because I think there's issues about trade unions, etc. But on, for example, paying the real living wage in other circumstances to qualify for government grants or aids, those companies would be required to do that before they would have access to, which that doesn't seem to be the case with Freeports, which maybe makes them a bit more lucrative for some other companies. But I think we have to be aware of the potential and what the consequences would be should these things happen. The other question, I think, and it's picked up in, I think, the minutes of the interim board meeting, which Laura was kind enough to send to me earlier this morning, back in June, about the questions about where and how, for example, the seed capital monies can be spent, where, you know, there's a talk about it not just being within you know, the internal area of the Freeport, but in, for example, the travel to work area, to be able to support the infrastructure for the Freeport's objectives. And there's a bit of concern about how that's maybe not as defined as it could be. And I know that there's been identified about particular, within the report, I think it's page 323, about particular areas where those monies could be spent. But can you elaborate on, you know, obviously we're all hoping the jobs are a fantastic boost to our economy, but in terms of where the monies can be spent to support what sort of projects, and where can that be spent? Can that be spent, for example, within Bowness as a travel to work area, or indeed here on the Cars to support you know, the objectives of the Freeport as well?
Thanks, convener. So there is two main funding parts. There is the initial seed funding, which is up to £25 million. That is specifically identified to the tax sites to encourage that, getting those up and running to unlock their development potential. And there's been an evaluation done through our infrastructure and communities group, which has involved all the partners, and they're set out in page 323, as you quite rightly say. They're the projects that have been identified to go forward. On the wider infrastructure investments that can be made, again, there is two parts to that. There is those which are in the wider council area, which is the travel to work area. They're primarily targeted at supporting the economy and the objectives of the Green Freeport. So it is about infrastructure, the economy, and those aspects. But also, in addition, there is, I think it's about a commitment as part of the proposals for community funding. You know, so I think it's something like £10 million a year has been identified for community projects. So again, there's a wide range of mechanisms that we can use to basically get a higher, how would you describe it, return on the investment that is being made in the Green Freeport to the wider area. It's just not all focused on the tax sites, hence why it was really pleasing that the drive to work area became the criteria for the investment zone, where previously we were restricted to take a centre point, a 40 kilometre or 45 kilometre type boundary, which stopped short at Camelin in terms of the Falkirk Council area. So it's pleasing that the drive to work area has now been negotiated, and again that extends that area where investment can be made.
I think to answer, I think the thing is that on page 323, although they're identified, there's still a wee bit, it's still quite vague in terms of for the public to imagine you know, what those might be. And I know that you know, to take the example of, I know it's very often mentioned by my colleague Councillor Balfour about the lorry park situation, and we know that as a port, you know, development of you know, goods coming in and distribution, although we're talking about you know, projects which could be about the fueling aspects of transport, the fact that there's no lorry park facilities, and that you know, drivers are parking out here on the Cars, or up in, you know, in streets, you know, around Grangemouth or wherever, and how that kind of ability to access funding for infrastructure on that sort of project would benefit, yes, the community, because it would have a positive impact, but also benefit industry. And I don't know whether, I think that for our communities to kind of get on board, yes, there's this community fund idea, but they perhaps at this stage can't imagine how that would play out, or else maybe they are imagining and thinking about it in some of the SPR you know, possibilities. I don't know if you can come back on that, but one thing I do want to cover, because it seems to be really ambiguous and a bit concerning, is this idea about planning, and it's mentioned throughout the report about how, on one hand, the intention is not to circumvent the planning laws of the local authorities or dilute the powers, but throughout there's this idea about assisting and identifying and streamlining the planning process, in particular in areas of underdeveloped or undeveloped land, which is mentioned in the report. And I think
Councillor Murtagh, I think we've kind of got the gist of that, and I think I'll get officers to answer. It's just we really need to move on.
Okay.
So I don't know whether, Paul, you're in the position to be able to answer around the planning aspect.
Yes, convener. I mean, in short, the Green Freeports do not undermine the planning regulations that currently exist. There is already a wide range, particularly in the port areas, where they have permitted development rights. The key driver for the Green Freeport planning work stream is to ensure that when applications are coming forward, that there has been that prior engagement because of their complexities. So it's bringing together a whole range of public sector partners, whether that's Marine Scotland, Scottish Environmental Protection Agency, the local authorities, to ensure that when applications are coming forward, there is a clear understanding as to what is required. So it's about not necessarily undermining planning regulations. It's about making the process quicker and more robust to suit the needs of both the authorities and also the needs of the investors that are coming in.
Well, and with your indulgence, convener, because I do think this is an important
Can
point.
you keep it
because
very brief, Councillor Murtagh, please?
I'll do that, but 6 years on the planning committee, I'll just say I don't understand what that means. I don't understand what the statement on page 322 means about how we can be not circumventing the planning conditions, but that a key factor in this is about streamlining and about making it easier. Because as far as I can see, we already have these sorts of processes in place, or else our planning colleagues might take exception, but I don't understand how these two things match up. So I think more work is needed on that to explain it.
My understanding is that it's the pre-discussions is having as much done before the formal application is submitted as possible, as the answer that was given to me during the briefings, and that's my understanding of what it means by streamlining the process. Paul, are you able to confirm or expand on that?
Yes, convener, as we've highlighted in, and we haven't went into the huge amount of detail that there is behind the summaries, but the whole intention is to ensure that the framework is consistent across the 3 local authority areas. How we deal with that, we may be very proactive, others may be more proactive in other areas. So I think the key thing is to ensure that the infrastructure dependencies and the synergies across the consent and planning consenting frameworks across all the 4th Green Freeport locations is consistent, and that there is that early engagement with, as I say, people like SEPA, Marine Scotland. There is a key agencies group that's now supporting the work that's ongoing, and I think that puts us in good stead going forward for making sure there's an expedient process. It's not undermining it, it's just a more robust process.
Okay, thank you. I've got Councillor Bundy, then Councillor Steenbank.
Thank you, convener. In 8.1, it reads, access to funding for skills bursaries will be prioritised for women through preferential scoring in applications. Could I just get some details on what this preferential scoring system is?
With your indulgence, that is one that I'll hand to Laura.
Welcome, Laura.
Yeah, sorry, just 1 minute to get on there. It was a question about how we're going to prioritise women. Was that what the question was? Sorry.
Yes, it's about the preferential scoring system to prioritise women. Just details on what that system or scoring means.
Okay, so what we mean by that is that when we did our initial research into the current workforces round about port operations and also in the key industries, we did find that they are traditional male-dominated industries. So, and they also have particular workforce issues in attracting women into those sectors. So we've probably not worked out the detail of how we're doing that. However, the types of things we're looking at are, perhaps targeting female school leavers to give them career advice on these types of STEM industries. Potentially, there may be once we do a bit more workforce analysis, we're doing this with Optimat at the moment, there may be things that women themselves have said are barriers for them to come into those industries. So we will be working with the local employability partnerships and things to bring things that with the core groups that we're hoping to attract, that they have some input into what they think would be appropriate there. And I know that sounds a bit vague, but until we actually do that additional work, we will not be able to talk to the communities in particular that we're looking to attract and come up with appropriate interventions. Does that make sense?
Thank you, Laura, and I don't disagree with any of that. I think increasing access to STEM subjects for female students is entirely correct. Giving career options for school leavers is entirely correct. But I don't think that is what came across to me when it says funding for skills bursaries will be prioritised for women. So what does that mean in the context of what you've just said in terms of?
So there's a whole there'll be a whole load of interventions, and one of them will include skills bursaries. So for example, we know that there'll potentially be a shortage of, believe it or not, welders. It might be that we approach a local training provider and say, would you be, for example, happy to put on a course for women welders to see if we can get more women attracted to them. So until we actually work out what the barriers are and what the skills needs are, and to put the two things together, we will then put the appropriate interventions in place. So bursaries just sort of covers, it's a catch-all for us being putting funding into certain interventions that are appropriate.
Thank you. I think the wording of this in the report I've got concerns with, but with what Laura said, I don't. So I'll leave it with that.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Steinbeck.
Yeah, it's just a quick question on 5.4. It refers to the nomination of the elected member on the board coming from an identification process by the chief executives of the council. Can I just confirm that the initial nomination and any subsequent nomination will have to be confirmed by full council?
That's the case.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the intention.
Thank you.
I think the process is that you're awaiting a letter to come asking for nominations that would then go to full council, and then the person would be appointed.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Patterson.
Thanks, convener. Just off the back of what Councillor Bundy was pointing out, I think it's a really great example that attitudes within traditionally male-dominated workplaces are probably one of the barriers that we're talking about when we're talking about trying to get women into traditionally male-dominated roles. So that's just something to keep in mind as well when we're having these public meetings, that can also reflect and add to the stigma of trying to access these previously cut off roles. So I think we just need to be mindful in this public forum of the attitudes that we're maybe sending out.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Kerr.
I'll be quick, Galina. Leading on for Councillor Gardner. Nobody else has said it previously. So, like Councillor Gardner, I'd like to congratulate and be nominated first. Council leaders. My question is, with regards to the local labour for these 20,000 jobs, is there a target or a condition for local labour? As if there's 20,000 jobs gone, I would like to think that the people of Falkirk, and especially Grangemouth, would get a chance of these jobs. Because I know from experience, going to try and get a job as a scaffolder in INEOS for local people is very difficult, where we should be supporting them. And whether it's retraining people who are not in that field, or as already been mentioned, the school leavers, we should be trying to support these people for local jobs. So my question is there a target or a condition that is in place or not?
Convener, yeah, there will be performance measures that highlight, you know, the workforce, who they are, where they're from. It'll also pick up diversity and equality profiling within the Green Freeports. It's worth noting that there is a proposal to put £2.1 million into a skills fund over 5 years to ensure that there is the opportunity for local people to access these new jobs that will require skills. And there's a lot of work ongoing with institutions such as Falkirk College for our area, but there is work going on with the universities and the colleges in Fife and in Edinburgh also through the partnership to make sure that there is the workforce to provide the skills that we require. Just one question on that then, Paul. When we class it as local labour, is there a radius to that? Because people, when I've had people come to me, they're saying people for Glasgow and Edinburgh, that's local. I think there is it's difficult to define what is local, particularly when you're looking at something as wide an area as the Freeport. I think the key thing is that travel to work zone that we've identified within the Freeport business case. We would be measuring who's within that and who's out of that. I think that's the key, probably the key performance benchmark.
Okay, thank you. If there are no further questions, I'd be happy to agree the report with the addendum.
Agreed.
Okay, thank you. It's my intention to take the next report and then break for lunch. So it's kind of within Councillor Bundy.
It was just a point of clarification about an addendum. I don't think there was an addendum.
I beg your pardon. I'm sorry.
No, thank you.
No, so that was the last one. Sorry. You're absolutely right. But thanks for reminding me of that. It was my intention to take the next report and then break for lunch. I would be content with that. Yeah. Okay, we move on to item 10, which is the Helix business strategy. And we'll just give Leslie a minute or two to come forward.
Thank you, Convener. And I think first, before I start the report, just to note that Mandy Brown, team leader for the Helix, was a significant part. She led the development of this strategy. So I'm presenting it really on her behalf. So the purpose of the report is to present and seek approval for the Helix Business Strategy 23 to 28, which you can find at Appendix 1 to this report. And we really believe that the strategy will contribute to the strategic priorities set out in the Council plan by supporting a thriving economy. And we'll do this by assisting in economic development, increasing visitor numbers and encouraging visitors to stay longer and spend more money in the Council area. Section 3 summarises the impact on climate change targets. I thought it was worth emphasising that, particularly given the previous Book 1 report around the climate change targets that the Council has. And we do believe that while increasing visitor numbers has the potential to drive up emissions, as well as putting pressure on the site's infrastructure, the strategy does have a strong focus on mitigating measures by promoting sustainable growth and responsible tourism. And there's quite a bit more detail about that in the strategy. So some of the opportunities that we've identified to assist with this is putting sustainability at the forefront of all our site management decisions, from site maintenance and habitat maintenance to waste reduction and the choice of suppliers that we choose to use. And we're also very keen on promoting active travel by reimagining the heart of, Helix Around Town Trail, transforming that into the heart of Falkirk Trail. And that will be about making existing visitor attractions and the new emerging attractions, not least the two distilleries, as part of an active travel route, encouraging tourists to move around the district.
Section 4 sets out a little bit of the background to the report, both around the development of the Helix over the last 10 years, and you'll be aware that we'll be celebrating the 10th anniversary of the international launch of the Kelpies next April. In 2021, 600,000 visitors spent around £85 million in the Falkirk Council area, and that is a really significant impact on the local economy in terms of jobs, sustainability of local businesses, and it also instills a sense of pride amongst our local communities in having probably Scotland's most significant visitor attraction on their doorsteps. This section also focuses on the key purpose of the business strategy, which is about driving our business forward over the next 5 years, in recognition that the council faces significant budget challenges. Part of what we're trying to do is to close the gap between income and expenditure by growing income rather than looking at cuts to our expenditure. The process, we also talk about the process of developing the strategy. I mentioned Mandy Brown's role leading this, but we involved a number of staff from teams across the council, not just within planning, growth and climate, in developing the strategy. And we also sought the views of external stakeholders, not least Scottish Canals, National Lottery Community Fund, Visit Scotland, and our local tourism experts, Visit Falkirk. And we also had, I think, a fairly successful engagement workshop with elected members back in September. Section 5 talks about, it goes into a little bit more detail about the strategy itself. As I say, it runs from 23 to currently from 20. It will run from 2023 through to 2028. We set out a high-level village vision that the park is a sustainably managed 5-star visitor attraction, offering opportunities for people to engage with the landscape, interact with nature, and enjoy an inspirational visitor experience. We also summarised some of our achievements to date. We're around us being an award-winning site, winner of the Great Day Out in Visit Scotland's National Thistle Awards earlier this year. Our reputation of having excellent customer service. We're a 5-star visitor attraction assessed by Visit Scotland, and we've welcomed an average of around about 750,000 visitors per year over the last 10 years. Sorry, over the last 5 years. And I think what's really interesting about our performance around visitor numbers is we're getting an increasing percentage of visitors who are coming to the park who are actually coming into our visitor centre, and that's heading up to almost 50%, which means the visitor centre is running almost at capacity. But that helps us be financially stable. We met all our income targets last financial year, and we are heading towards meeting all our income targets, our stretched income targets for this year. And our aim is to increase income from 1.5 million currently to 1.75 million by 2028. And we also want to maintain our sustainability credentials. We're awarded the Green Tourism Business Award, and we're a Green Flag Park, just one of 2 Green Flag Parks in the area. So we have 4 priority themes which will help us achieve our vision. We want to be a green place, an active place, a place to feel good, and an inspiring place. And we go on to acknowledge that the overall strategy is set out about how we will deliver on that vision by remaining a 5-star visitor attraction, heading towards attracting 1 million visitors a year and providing a quality experience for every visitor. Section 6 talks a little bit about our consultation process. As I say, we had stakeholders at the heart of this process. Our staff were key, our Helix staff, who we've looked to stretching their income targets each year, and each year they have stretched them further. So they were at the heart of the development of this strategy. And we also work closely with colleagues in economic development and in the marketing teams to make sure that we understood what our marketing objectives were for the site. And as I say, I mentioned earlier, we then consulted with our external stakeholders on the draft strategy. Strategy was also informed by findings from customer satisfaction surveys. The most recent one was undertaken in April and May of this year, and that proved prove that we've had an incredibly high rate of customer satisfaction. Very few areas where it was felt that we needed improvement, but we've highlighted those as part of the investment focus over the next 5 years. And we'll also continue to do regular research over the 5 years of the strategy to ensure that the business strategy develops in accordance with external customer trends, as well as feedback from customers. Section 7 highlights the financial implications. So we have been required to make savings, and I've mentioned earlier that we're trying to make savings as much as possible by driving income increase rather than reducing our expenditure. And that will largely be driven through our in-house catering and retail offer, as well as encouraging third parties to run events and activities on the park. And we'll have an investment programme which will focus on site improvements that allow us to continue to grow that income. We'll also be looking to secure external income, external funding as far as possible, particularly around delivery of events. And we're looking at collaborating with partner organisations such as Visit Scotland, Event Scotland and Scottish Canals to secure that investment. There are no resource or legal implications. There is a risk, though, and I think it's worth flagging the risk at this point that the actions identified across these priority themes can't be delivered if the market conditions change. And I think we're only too aware that we're in a very buoyant tourism situation at the moment. We're hopeful that that continues, that as we've emerged from the pandemic, we have grown stronger over the last 2 years, but that is the most significant risk, that if the tourism economy changes, that does put at risk some of our very ambitious targets. We've undertaken an EPIA, and that's attached at Appendix 2. And we really do believe that the priority actions within the strategy will have positive impact on people with protective characteristics, but we'll continue to monitor our impact and seek to further improve the visitor experience for all customers, local and visitors to the area. So I just refer back to the recommendations at the beginning, that the Council approves the business strategy and asks officers to take forward the actions required to deliver on that strategy and deliver our aspirations for sustainability, wellbeing and excellence in customer service. But I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you for that, Leslie. I'll go to Councillor Garner.
Thank you. I thought this was you and I was seconding you.
Okay.
I can just agree with everything that was said.
I think we saw this sitting between two stools as economic development and tourism, and I don't think we've quite communicated to what was going to lead on that. But absolutely. I thank Leslie and Mandy for the work that they've done with the Helix, and in a way, when you do have an award-winning site and excellent customer service, you think, where do we go next? And I think it's really important to actually look at how can you improve that experience, how can you go that next step, how can you make the site actually deliver more for the local area. Clearly, climate is a significant aspect of the Helix, in particular a lot of the work they do there. Having the responsible tourism and incorporating active travel acts not just to the climate, but actually pushes people out from the Helix into other areas and develop a wider tourism strategy across the district, highlighting our town centre. The focus is very much on increasing the visitor numbers and bringing in money from outside the local area, rather than looking to make more money from within. And I think that is the right way to go for us. And in doing that, recognising we need to keep the offering that we have down at the Helix fresh, renewed, so that we have to maintain the visitor numbers by repeat visits, but also look to grow on that by offering a wider range of activities. And we've seen some opportunities to bring in private and third sector into the site to look at being able to do that. I think we do have an excellent culture within the staff down there, and they are supported by an amazing team of volunteers, and I think that they should not be forgotten in this and actually delivering that overall package on the site. I think that there's been a lot of work done to develop the strategy and make it sustainable for the future. I think the targets are probably about spot on, although I'm obviously willing to look to stretch those targets wherever possible, but just recognising that the current economic situation that we're in, we need to be realistic about what's achievable and what people will pay in coming to a site such as this per visit. And it is positive that the increase in the number of visitors that are coming to the site are using the visitor centre and therefore are spending money in the locality. It's an amazing asset to have, and I look forward to seeing the activities coming forward to celebrate the 10th anniversary next April, and looking to see the Helix continue to grow and develop and change. And I think that's something that we have to expect with the Helix. It is an open space. The demographic will change as the vegetation around it matures, creating further opportunities to explore and enjoy going forward. So I'm happy to move the report. Councillor Garner.
Got it now. Yeah, that was almost to the word what I was going to say there, so that was quite impressive there. No, I'm happy to second the report, and that I do pass on my thanks as well. So yeah, thank you.
Can I just say there's a perfect example why Cecil Meikle-John is up for Council Leader of the Year this year. Her passion and everything for what she said there was absolutely brilliant.
Too late, Gary. Too late.
Okay, let's not have the one-upmanship on this here.
Sure.
It's a profit council we're concentrating on today. Councillor Spears.
Thank you. And thank you, Leslie, for your report. Sorry for delivering the report from someone else. Can you answer a few questions? One regarding the Falkirk Herald report about the fence around the Helix. Now, when the Helix was put in place, the Helix means joining communities, and it was meant to take people to be able to walk on the thinnest bit of the green belt, and for wildlife to be able to traverse through the middle of our district from Carnshaw to Bo'ness. Is this, do you envisage in the future charging people to go into the Helix Park, and why are we fencing that? You said that you want to encourage visitors and to encourage a thriving economy. Are we fencing off the Helix so we can charge people?
I think you maybe compounded two pieces of work here. Leslie, are you able to?
Convener. No, I mean, the fence is there at the moment. You'll be aware of the TIF works, the improvements to the I can never remember the name of the road, but the Grangemouth Road between Falkirk and Grangemouth. There's massive improvements going on there. That's going to be dualled, and therefore the fencing is actually to allow the work to go ahead. We're working very closely with colleagues in transport planning and obviously with the contractors, Balfour Beatty, to understand what the implications short term are in terms of foot and driving visitors coming into the site. There's going to be alterations to footpath access that will be well signposted. There is a portal which is, I think, possibly just gone live. If it hasn't gone live, it's due to go live in the next week or so, which will give visitors to the area full details on the restrictions as the roadworks progress up the Grangemouth Road and round towards the Etna Road roundabout. So we have no intentions of charging people for the site. The fencing is purely temporary to allow the roadworks to go ahead.
Can you then explain how we're going to join up the communities?
Well, clearly there will be limitations in joining up communities while the roadworks go ahead, but the Helix sits at the heart of, I think, in the region of 380 kilometres of path network across the area, and that's part of what we're planning to do with the kind of refreshing of the what was the Helix Around Town Trail, which is going to be the Hart Falkirk Trail, which is seeking to join up a range of path networks. So it will connect up with the Amtline Wall, connect up with the John Muir Trail, and it's designed as an active travel route to take people from the Helix up to Callander Park, connecting into the two distilleries, back round and back up to the Falkirk Wheel and back into the Helix. But those path networks go wider. They go west, and they go west to Denny, Stennismuir, and they go east to Bowness.
So this is going to be disrupted around about Eastfield. But the motorway, the dual carriageway is going ahead.
This isn't, again, it's not really the subject of this report, and that's not Leslie's area. And I really don't think we want to get into talking about the Westfield development, but I will ask Mr. Kettrick just to give a very brief indication of the works, just not in any great detail, and the timescales for them.
Yeah, thank you, convener. The temporary fencing that's been put up is to ensure there is safety along footpaths and cycle paths which are being diverted around the Helix, which still provides that connectivity for communities to access the Helix. It's just that they would be via different routes whilst those works were ongoing. The works are expected to last up to 2 years, but that doesn't mean to say the fence will be there for the full 2 years. It will be taken down. It will go up at certain key stages when works have been undertaken at different stages of the road. There has been a lot of signage on site over the past weeks advising of the diversions that was in place. There is, as Leslie said, a dedicated website, and there's also been press statements made to advise members of the public of the works that are ongoing, and ultimately that will improve in the longer term the access into the Helix for our communities.
Okay, thank you for that. I'm not going to take any more questions in relation to the Westfield development. So if you have any further questions related to the report, that's absolutely fine. Councillor Spears, if not, I will move on.
So if we fence it off for 2 years, how will that encourage visitors?
There will still be open access to the Helix. It does not, the fencing does not prevent access into the Helix. Okay, I'm going to move on. Councillor Bundy.
Thank you, convener. In the report, I've struggled to find a number about the expenditure of the Helix Park. I see that the savings to be made from subsidies, but I've not seen a number about total expenditure. So I was just wondering if you had that figure just now.
Yes, off the top of my head, our expenditure is 2.1 million. Our income is around 1.5 million. So our net cost to running the site is in the region of £600,000 a year.
Thank you for that. So you said in your presentation that we're not looking at reducing costs other than the ones in the report. So the target of 1.75 million would still lead to a loss. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, none of our facilities make a surplus, and the Helix doesn't make a surplus. However, we do our best to offset as much expenditure as possible, but managing a site of that scale of and complexity in terms of maintaining it as a 5-star visitor attraction does come at a cost. So our aim is to keep that cost as low as possible through the generation of income. But yes, we do not make a surplus on that site.
It looks like there's a lot of room to increase revenue, because just now a quick analysis of the figures show that it's under £2 per visitor that is generated. So over the course of 5 years, I don't think it's unrealistic to say that you could increase that to £4 per visitor.
I think we'll certainly look into that. As I mentioned earlier, that the visitor centre is now almost at capacity. I mean, we're seeing, we used to see that kind of January through to March was relatively quiet in the lead up to the Easter period. We're seeing bus tours coming in all year round. So we are operating at capacity. I think so. We're looking at ways that we can increase capacity by having external space that people can still buy teas, coffees, and food. We're exploring as many opportunities as we possibly can to make sure that we can increase that per head visitor spend. So when I say that around about 50% of our visitors come into the visitor centre, they are all, I'd say all, the majority of them are spending money, and we do need to try and increase that per head spend per visitor.
I just find it difficult that we have one of Scotland's biggest tourist attractions and it's making a loss. I think there is a way, the footfall is there and hopefully it will continue to increase. So I find it difficult that we've got a business strategy which doesn't talk about profit or surplus in front of us. I think even getting a cost neutral position would be beneficial rather than continuing making a loss, particularly in the context of the council's own financial position.
I think the challenge for a site of that scale is there are still limited opportunities, limited spaces for people to spend money. We've got the Plaza Cafe, we have the visitor centre, which has a retail and catering offer. And we also have external caterers on site who provide us with a consistent level, a very good level of income to us. We can, and we're looking at trying to provide more in the way of external service providers who will provide us with an income, a percentage income on their income, with very little or no risk to us. But the capacity of the site to allow people to spend money is restricted. We're certainly looking at trying to grow that income, but to get to a cost neutral position, I think would be a significant challenge. Managing a park and a green space of that scale. If we were just running a visitor centre, I think it would be very, very different, and we would be operating at a surplus. But the management of that scale of green space that requires the level of maintenance that it does, in order for it to look the way it does come at a cost.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Steenbank.
Thanks, Convener. It's good to see this report coming forward, and I thank the officers for it. The Helix and the Kelpies is an iconic park and attraction that I think surpassed expectations and made some initial scepticism prior to the creation seem unwise as we come up to the 10-year anniversary. I do remember actually a lot of the chat and when I was a school pupil when it was created about why they were doing this, and I think, to be honest, this report shows 10 years later that I think that scepticism was unfounded, and we're glad we have this in our town. I think it's welcome to also show this report the actions to enhance the offering and look at how we can commercialise further. I have a couple of questions on two of the areas of the report just about how we do that. Section 5 refers to water testing, having identified poor water quality and blue-green algae within the lagoon. Eliminating that would be costly, as I said in the report, but options have been considered in relation to this. Could I just ask what specific options have been considered?
Yeah, the water quality has been an issue throughout, and we have looked at a number of measures. We've had some outline conversations with Sustainable Thinking Scotland through in the walled garden in Bowness, where they have been working with our academics at looking at reducing the I'm going to sound like I know what I'm talking about, reduce whatever it is that causes the blue-green algae in the first place. I'm not sure. I would need to go back to Mandy to find out exactly where those discussions have gone. It's a fairly complex piece of work, and it's an issue that affects a lot of open water spaces across, not just in the Falkirk area. But given that our initial ideas around the lagoon was to provide it as an activity space as well as a space for wildlife, it is something that we are quite keen, if we can resolve it, to resolve it. But what I'll do is I'll find out a little bit more of the detail that we've been looking into, and I'll do an email back to Councillor.
Thank you. It would be good to know the range of water activities we could get going there, if that could be solved. I'm just going to go into section 7, which is the action plan for smart investment. I think it gives multiple examples for what we're trying to do in terms of commercial activity, what we'll be looking to do in the next year or so, what we're looking to implement in the short term within the park, and how will that be actively promoted.
In the first year, we're looking at developing more third-party providers on the site. We dipped our toe in the water this year with bungee trampolines, bumper cars, a zip wire, luminarium, which was a paid-for attraction on the site. We're looking to develop that next year. It was very much a foot in the water, pardon the pun. This year, it wasn't a great summer for the external providers. They had quite a number of experiences, not disconnected to the weather, and that's where I think it's good for us not to be taking the risk. So we're looking at extending the outdoor attractions next year. We're also looking at delivering an on-site event space down by the Kelpies, which again will hopefully provide a range of live performance activities. A little bit more on that to come. We're still working through the finances of that and the logistics of getting a temporary structure onto the site. But we hope that that will in part meet the needs that we've identified with the loss of Falkirk Town Hall in terms of developing the alternative arts programme, but also providing an additional attraction that will bring people to the site and hopefully again get them to be spending more money. We've got longer term plans in terms of site improvements around creating a safe footpath access from the car park down to the visitor centre, which again would be a site where we would be hopeful to attract in external food providers. But that's something for probably three to 5 years out in terms of our site ambitions. And there are some improvements around what we call the Kelpie Selfie Hill, which is a small mound by the canal, which has been worn away over the years with people going there to take their selfies of themselves feeding the Kelpies. That's all the desire lines there. We're hopeful of improving that and creating a really nice area where people can create these selfies, and then again is attracting them back to the visitor centre and to the external providers to spend money.
Thank you for that, and I think it definitely is a good location for those sort of events that we are talking about. I remember the initial openings a lot of the light show, especially even last year with the sad death of Her Majesty the Queen. It was a fantastic space to host the service that was there. My last question is just a bit on the same line that Councillor Spears was going down, how we can use this to enhance the cross-district offering. We obviously are talking about expansion of activity to bring in commercial traders on site, but we considered expanding the limited amount of advertising space for the fringes of the park, especially to potentially drive and stimulate activity in our town centres, which is obviously a strategic priority of the councils.
It's not something we've thought of other than we use it to promote other leisure and culture activities with the banner at the Westfield roundabout. I think we're quite keen not to have too much in the way of signage on the site. We're quite keen that the site remains open, it remains a natural environment for people to move around, and that we try and rely as much as possible on communications in terms of the opportunities that visitors have once they're at the site or in advance of their visit. But it's certainly something that, you know, as I say, we've not considered it so far, but it's certainly something that we could consider that would maybe be in keeping, something that would be in keeping with the area, not detract from the natural landscape. And I'm mindful at the moment that the natural landscape is being quite impacted on by the Harris fencing. So maybe we should possibly be thinking about whether there are opportunities to use that as a means of actual physical signposting for people during the TIF works.
Happy to engage further. That's all my questions. Thanks, Convener.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Garner, you want
Thanks,
to come
Convener.
back
I will be really quick, and it's all positives we're hearing here from Leslie and the answers, and some good questions. Just a point of information, our Sustainable Thinking Scotland, the biochar, they're actually piloting it at Linlithgow Loch, so that's something that they're keeping an eye on, and it doesn't have to be too expensive to take the algae away, possibly because hay bales can actually take the algae away, and they're using quite a lot of fisheries and waters round about the area in central Scotland and indeed down south in England. So yes, I agree with you, it would be good to have that water looking a bit better and okay for using it for other leisure activities. So yeah, I agree with that, but that's just for a bit of information for you in that one.
Okay, and Councillor Kerr, and then we will wind up.
Quick, I'll be quick.
his new
What-
catchphrase.
With regards to what Councillor Bundy says, and I know we've got targets and we've got ambitions for to improve our income, and it is a big site. Muiravanside is a big site, and they've completely changed round how they have generated. So it can be done, and I'm sure that the team that's down there will try and improve the income. And I don't think at the time all councillors who were present when it opened were in favour of the helix. I hope the amount of visitors that have come will have changed some of their minds. And just with the conversation last night at a group meeting where Councillor Patrick had relatives from Canada and all they wanted to see was the horses' heads, but never spent a penny. So there is opportunities there. I don't know how we get them, Leslie, but there must be opportunities there for to increase our income. And I look forward to, because it's not just about the helix, it's about the bigger picture and the tourism strategy where the helix can be involved in the full big picture. I just think that getting a business strategy and we're planning not to become neutral, money neutral. I just think that we should be aiming for to get at least that. And I know it's got to be difficult, but we should be trying to get to that stage. So thank you very much, Convener. Thanks, Leslie.
Just a comment in relation to that. The helix was always meant to be something that was accessible, particularly for local people. And out of these 850 visitors, there will be a proportion of those will be local people, many who may not be in a position to spend. And I think that's the kind of balance that you still want to have that facility where people can go for a walk, carry out fitness, etc. Somewhere for kids to go and play, and they may not be in a position to spend, but they've still got access to the facility. So I think that's one of the balances. I think that is what we are trying to achieve there. So well, the strategy focuses on bringing more visitors, and I think that's the right thing to do. I think it's still going to be a challenge to maintain the standards of the park without there being an element of subsidy. But I absolutely get what you're saying and the need to increase that income. But we need to remember there's a proportion of those visitors that are going to be local people who are going to be in very low incomes, and we want them to be able to access that as well. Okay, are we happy to agree the report?
Agreed.
Okay, we will break for lunch. Quarter past two. If we can come back. Okay, good afternoon, colleagues. If we can come back. I hope people are suitably refreshed. We are now at item 11, and it is the deposit return scheme update. And we'll go to Douglas Garner. Douglas.
Thanks, Chair, and good afternoon, everyone. This paper provides members with an update on the deposit return scheme since the report presented at Meath Executive. The paper also recommends the continuation of glass collections via the curbside. Members will recall from Meath Executive that there was agreement to remove the curbside black box service, specifically the collection of glass, textiles and small waste electrical equipment from April 2024. This was reflective of glass being within the scope of DRS alongside drinks cans and clear plastic bottles. The return of these containers to a designated collection facility was financially incentivised to the value of 20 pence per unit. Agreement for the removal of the black box was reached on the basis that there would be no further significant changes to DRS. As per sections 4.2 and 4.3 of this report, there has been significant change since May's executive, with glass now no longer being included as a target material and DRS being pushed back to October 2025 from March 24. In light of this change, it is now proposed to retain curbside glass collections on a fortnightly arrangement alongside weekly food and fortnightly absorbent hygiene products. As detailed under 5.5, 5.6 and 5.7 of the report, it is proposed to extend the existing curb collection service up to the 30th of September 2024. Extension of the existing arrangement, and as advised by colleagues at procurement, would provide the required lead-in time and encourage competition for future contract provision. The new contract, which would commence from the 1st of October 24, would be for a 7-year period with 3 one-year extension options. Sections 5.11 through to 5.13 of the report reflect that the quantity of wee collected from the curbside is low, as is the quality of textiles. The new contract would therefore exclude both curbside wee and textile collections, though wee can still be taken to our household waste recycling centres, as well as retailer take-back schemes, whilst textiles can be taken to one of our many local recycling points located across the authority or through local charities. While subject to tender returns, it is anticipated that removing wee and textiles from curbside collections will reduce the cost to the council. Changes to curbside collections and recycle outlets for wee and textiles will be strongly communicated to our householders via a range of traditional and electronic media. In conclusion, the recommendations detailed within this report mitigate the change in scope of DRS and will help safeguard the council's recycling performance through the continued provision of glass recycling to all householders across the authority. And that's a summary of the report, Chair.
Thank you, Douglas. I'll go to Councillor Deacon.
Thank you very much. Excellent. So as the meeting's been long, I'm going to keep this one quite brief. So first, I'd like to thank Douglas and Barry and the team there for keeping on top of these ever-changing topic. We all got different opinions on DRS scheme. Should glass be involved or not has always been a contention between myself and some colleagues sitting opposite me. We have seen the sad news that we cannot expect to see any form of DRS until 2025. Now, we can sit all day and point fingers on where the fault lies for the delay. However, myself, I believe looking at the local scope and not the national scope is where we need to be. While the discussion at national levels is ongoing, we need to look at the amazing work being done to mitigate the changing situation from the national levels. This report details the Council's plan to mitigate the impacts on the ongoing delays, and this will help with the 2022 to 2027 Council Plan on a thriving economy and green transition. At this time, we are wasting resources and money on a small amount of low-quality tonnage. This has been mentioned in the open remarks and is in the report. The changes outlined will allow a more competitive tenure process with less trips for the waste. Instead of coming to our sites, we can send them directly to the processing plants. This will not only be benefit ourselves, but also benefit our emissions, helping our targets. So with really simply, I officially move the report and recommendations outlined in sections 2.1.
Thank you, Brian, and in the absence of Councillor Gardner being in the room, I'll formally second and reserve a right to come back. I'll then open it up for questions. Councillor Spears.
Thank you, Convener. Certainly been a trying time for people. Can you tell me, has there been any costs incurred by businesses, and are we liable to help them? I know some supermarkets, which are not always easy for people to get to, especially with the talk on 20-mile zones. Will collection points be located within these zones? Are businesses being recompensed for costs that have been incurred? I know at our local food bank we collect tin cans and bottles so we can make money to feed people. And I always feel a bit ashamed because when I was in China, I saw people going around collecting plastic bottles. And you always think, I'm glad my country's not that poor, but we are that poor and we are doing it. But to put it back and upset the whole apple cart. So my question is, are we recompensing businesses for the costs incurred for this scheme that begin to look like a non-starter? And will disabled and elderly people still get curbside collections?
I think that's going to be a difficult one for the council to answer with regard to the recompense, because it's a national scheme and it's not one that we would be. But Douglas, and maybe you can give a wee bit more information.
Yeah, happy to do that, Chair. So with regards to the businesses, Councillor Spears, as the Chair mentioned, that it's a national scheme so that the council in no way is liable for the costs incurred by those businesses. With regards to recycling points, your question on recycling points, the location of them, you'll be aware we've got recycling points located right across the district. And indeed, the report reflects upon a couple of additional sites that we're looking to put in some additional recycling banks. That may well be within 20 mile per hour zones. We don't know the answer to that question as of yet. With regards to curb collections, then in order to answer your question, the answer is yes. If this paper is approved today, that curb collections, including members of the public that have a disability, would receive a curb collection of glass from the curbside.
Sorry, they would still get their curb collection?
Yes.
As for the points throughout the district, will that be where they can reclaim money? Because they're going to be charged, what, 15, 20 pence extra for a plastic bottle, so they want to reclaim that. Is that only going to happen at supermarkets?
The positive return scheme would only be facilitated at designated collection facilities, and I don't anticipate that would be at local recycling points. That would be retailer-led largely.
So our 20 mile zones will be, in some instances, out with that, and people can't reclaim the deposit they put on the bottle.
So I'm not understanding the correlation between 20 mile per hour zones and.
Well, you said
Not
20 pence.
Neighbourhoods.
I think there's a bit of a misunderstanding of what a 20-minute neighbourhood is, and that a 20-minute neighbourhood doesn't mean to say you can't go out with that circular area, and I think that's a real misconception that we need to be careful that we do not continue to pertain, in that most places that have supermarkets will be within that 20-minute area, as most of the larger towns in particular have a supermarket within, and there may well be other retailers that choose to have that payback option. But as we haven't got a fully developed scheme at this moment in time, it's not something that we can really answer.
So these 20-minute schemes aren't going to incur any cost to the council because we aren't going to put any
Councillor Spears,
recycle facilities there.
I've already said that you are conflating the 20-minute neighbourhoods with the deposit return scheme, and that's not appropriate because it is not directly linked to the 20-minute neighbourhoods. Okay, I'm going to move on to Councillor Bundy.
Thank you, Convener. I'd like to thank officers for bringing forward this paper, and the Falkirk Conservatives will be supporting it. And as Councillor Deacon said, there is disagreement about the national debate on deposit return scheme. But when this issue was debated previously in Council, the Falkirk Conservatives were taking into consideration the fact that there was uncertainty in the national debate. We didn't know if glass was going to be included, excluded, and we said the right thing to do was to give us the safety net, so if glass was taken out, people in Falkirk would maintain the black box curbside collection. That is how events have played out, and I'm pleased that the black box is going to be maintained. And I think it shows what can be done when we push national differences aside in terms of politics and keep the focus on the local area. That focus in this context was keeping recycling rates up and making it as convenient as possible for people to recycle their glass. And I think this is what this paper does. So thanks for officers, and happy to support.
Thank you. Councillor Stein.
Got a contribution and a few questions just for the officers. I think thanks first must go to the council officers here for responding clearly and effectively in the report to the circumstances created by, I think, the national saga, the deposit return scheme, which I think sadly at times has had little to do with the specific debate that would impact people and would impact businesses. It is a necessary reaction to, I think, the farce of a situation that the UK and Scottish Government ministers involved have made of the deposit return scheme. I admit that it might be difficult for a few colleagues to openly say that, but I don't think anybody honestly thinks otherwise. With local businesses and us as a council, from my recollection and other colleagues' recollections of the May Executive, pretty cooperatively working in this area and planning ahead and making decisions reliant on the information we were receiving at the time that this was going ahead. I think this is a necessary action because of the substantial change in circumstances that has occurred. I'm just going to ask a few questions. I think it's probably going to be a disappointment for a few people that there won't be any consultation exercise on recycling point provision. Do we currently have any additional glass or recycling bins in storage that could be distributed? Thank you.
I'll divert to my colleague Barry.
Thanks, Councillor Steinbank. Yeah, we identified that we could be doing with refurbing all the glass recycling points. So we're underway just now. And I think we're about maybe 20% of the way changing them over. We've got a company coming in who refurbs all our banks. So we're reusing the current stock and they're being painted and made more secure. And we foresee possibly by January, February, we'll have the whole of the estate fully completed. We will have some in reserve. And we'll do a bit of review at that point to look at usage throughout the estate and see if we can then repurpose some and create some new sites.
Thank you. That's good to hear. I'm just going to go back to a point on the black box. What traditional media forms, I think, that Douglas referred to, will be using to raise the public understanding about this change in the black box to make sure that people are putting exclusively glass in it?
We'll be looking at a whole range of media, Councillor, including mailing, newspaper adverts, radio, as well as the kind of the more modern social media, Twitter, Facebook, etc. So we'll be looking to get as widespread an audience as we possibly can by using the full range of media available to us.
Just in terms of mailing, would that include leaflet drops?
It could be, yes.
Right, thanks.
Something we're considering.
In terms of what the estimated contractual saving actually is, in terms of the figure that we'll be making by making the black box exclusively glass rather than if we kept it for its current use, do we have a figure that we are an estimation?
We don't as yet. Obviously, it will be open to open tender. So I won't have an answer for that until obviously the tender exercise has concluded. But given that there'll be a smaller range of materials being collected from the curbside, we're anticipating that the costs will hopefully be less than we're currently paying just now.
Thanks. And hopefully, again, people will be able to find a place to recycle the goods that otherwise would have been in the black box at the moment or prior. However, is there a risk identified that potentially some of this refuse could end up in the green bin, small electrical items, and how would we factor that into the recommendations in the report?
Yeah, that is a possibility that there could well be small waste electricals within the residual waste stream. Likewise, you may also get some additional textiles placed within the residual waste stream. But I say, given the small quantity of waste electricals and the poor quality of textiles that they get, I don't anticipate it's going to have a significant impact on A, cost, and B, an impact on the council's recycling performance. Waste electricals that we collect from the curbside attribute to something in the region of 0.25% of the council's total waste horizon, so it's relatively insignificant.
And just my final question, I appreciate that this is something that has went over and does fluctuate, but what would be the income that we'd be losing with the recycling that we currently sell if a deposit return scheme was to return, and I think 2025 is what the portfolio holder indicated.
So you may recall, Councillor, at previous executive meetings when we've obviously taken previous reports up on the deposit return scheme, I highlighted that back in 2021 there was an external advisor commissioned to carry out some work on the potential loss of income that Falkirk Council would be subject to. Back in 2021, it was estimated that it would be circa £250,000 per annum. Given the level of rebate that we currently achieve from the sale of our recyclable materials, now that includes plastic bottles as well as aluminium drinks cans, not exclusively glass, it would be closer to £600,000. Although there is a caveat with that, in that recycling prices can fluctuate and often do fluctuate with the price of oil.
Appreciate that. Thanks very much. Again, as I said at the start, a necessary step to react to a national farce. Thanks, Convener.
Thank you, Councillor Murtagh. And can I ask you to keep things fairly succinct so that we can finish tomorrow's meeting?
Feel like that's a prejudgment on my contribution, but I won't begin then by congratulating you on your council nomination for Leader of the Year, and only regret that I couldn't do it as part of your group. But I think what would be remiss, I do agree with Councillor Steenbank about it being a national farce, but I do think it's everybody being very polite. The national farce is because of a situation created by the UK government and a flagrant disrespect of the devolution settlement and imposing internal market act conditions. Perhaps the councillor and I do agree on that, I hope. And I think that while we have to react, and we'll have to continue to react while this situation is sorted out, it's to none of the benefit of any of our constituents and our businesses that this has happened. And I think that we continue, or we often write to national governments to ask them to change their policies or to give clarity on their policies so that we in local government can have surety about what we are doing. So I don't make any apology for stating that I think that this political farce is firmly in the hands of the UK government, and if they would respect the devolution settlement and stop clawing back powers, perhaps that would be to all of our benefits.
Okay, thank you. If there are, oh sorry, Councillor Kerr.
One of the quick question. If the DRS comes in, and probably leading on for Councillor Steenbank, we will lose that money. What will be the effect for our blue bins? As in, obviously we're not going to have as much in the blue bins. How will that affect our blue bins?
It's a very good question, Councillor, and that's something that we would need to obviously closely monitor, just to have a greater idea on what the impact on the blue bin is going to be. It may well be at some point in time we want to review the frequency of the blue bin, but as I say, at this stage it's far too early to determine just what the impact will be.
And probably leading on for Councillor Steenbank as well, I've had people come to me and saying, I've got a toaster, I've got an iron, I'm not driving the Bowness or Roughmute. Book in a slot for to take a kettle in. It's just not going to happen to me. So, but I'm happy with the response that you gave regarding the amount of equipment that we do get. So, thanks, Convener.
Okay, thank you. If that's all the questions, are we happy to agree the report? Okay, thank you. Move on to item 12, which is care home for adults under 65, and it's a procurement. And we have Stephen Kirkwood that is going to take this item for us. Welcome, Stephen.
Thank you, Convener. Patricia sends her apologies. She's unable to join us this afternoon, but I'm delighted to say that James King is with me this afternoon from the Council's Procurement Unit. James has been involved throughout the full formation of this contract strategy, and he's much more of an expert on procurement than me. So any questions, we'll be delighted to help. So the report itself, it sets out the proposed contract strategy for the procurement of a new framework agreement for the provision of care homes for adults under 65 with learning disabilities, mental health, physical disability, drug and alcohol related brain injury, and complex needs and challenging behaviour for prior consideration by the executive, and that's in line with the council's standing orders. It doesn't say in the report, but the contract strategy was recently presented to the IGIB board meeting on the 29th of September this year, where it was approved there as well. Section 3 of the report provides some background. The key there is that there is actually an existing Scotland Excel framework, but it has limited coverage and doesn't cover all the areas that we'd like to put into this new strategy. Section 4 of the report considers the consultation that has taken place so far, including consultation with service users, service providers, and various key statutory organisations. The hub of the report is section 5, where we highlight various key elements of the contract strategy. 5.1, the contract period, we're looking at a 4-year term with option to extend for up to a further 3 years. And during that period, the contract will also be open to any new entrants that may come into the market. The estimated contract value, earlier in the background, it mentions an annual cost just now of roughly £16 million per annum, factoring in inflation, and over the 4-year period, we've put in an estimated framework value of £80 million over the 4 years, rising to £140 million over the full 7-year period. Key principles are in section 5.3 of the report. The 4 lots that we plan to group under is identified in 5.6 of the report, and then section 5.8 onwards considers how we'll evaluate the tender bids as they come back to us, considers minimum compliance requirements, quality, minimum standards, and price for both in-area and out-of-area care providers. And the last area I would highlight would be in section 5.13, the contract timetable. So we're aiming to publish the contract notice at the very start of January. The invitation to tender submission deadline will be the start of February, with evaluation during February, all culminating in the new contract starting on the 1st of April. So I would just bring the committee back to the recommendations, and the executive is asked to approve the contract strategy for the procurement of a framework agreement for the provision of care homes for adults under the age of 65. Thank you, convener.
Thank you, Stephen, and thank you for standing in, and welcome to James as well. This is a fairly standard report that would normally come through the IGIB, but still has to be agreed by council. I think it's important that we look to take as much of the pressures off the Health and Social Care Partnership as we can, as over the last few years, they've been under significant pressures. Residential care is always pressured, and we've seen, particularly over the pandemic, a number of care providers kind of disappear. So I think it gives us an opportunity to look at refreshing the approach and giving an opportunity to improve the quality and consistency of the availability of residential care and take some of the risks away, particularly for the individuals and their families, while improving choice as well. So I don't really want to go into huge detail, but just to highlight that this is another opportunity to increase our commitment to community wealth and health building. It fits very much in with creating an employability sector within health and social care, and that has to be something that is very positive for our citizens in all aspects, including the general economy. So I'm happy to approve the report. Councillor Rice.
Can I formally second and reserve the right to come back in, please?
Thank you. I'll open up for questions. Councillor Spears.
Thank you. You're talking about people with mental health. I know a particular case where they can't get anybody in for even for respite care. We'll be improving the facilities where people can go to allow their families to get respite care. Many of the carers are very elderly, and some have to go into hospital occasionally, but they're having difficulty getting respite care in their care homes.
I'm not entirely sure how much of that Stephen would be able to answer, as it's absolutely related to probably another part of the process, but because this is particularly procurement, but I don't know if there's anything you're able to add to that, Stephen.
Certainly, Convener. I would just add that as we speak, there is a review that is ongoing regarding our day services and respite as well. So it's not part of this paper. This is for the sort of long-term residential framework agreement, but certainly there is a review of our day services, and and respite will be part of that as well. That Martin Tom is leading on just now.
Okay, thank you, Stephen.
Yeah. The thing is, if they get their partner or the person into long-term care, it's very, very expensive, and some people are having to consider selling their houses to pay for to get them into long-term care. Can you indicate what the costs will be per week for
I'm
families?
sorry, I'm going to stop you, Councillor Spears. That is not really appropriate for this paper. It's not relevant for this paper. If you have a particular circumstance that you wish to take up through the Health and Social Care Partnership, it'd be appropriate to do that and take that route rather than on a procurement paper. Okay, is there any further questions on this, Councillor Kerr?
Just a quick one for Stephen. With regards to provision of care homes for adults under 65, have we got such places?
There are. Stephen, I don't know. Again, I don't know how much you can say on that, but there are some, not necessarily all within the Falkirk area, but some out of the area. An example I can think of is March Glen and Clackmannanshire.
Right. Listen, if I can take offline just to email me just to so I can understand where they are.
Okay. James has maybe got an indication of care homes.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. It was just to in answer to the question. There's 11 care homes in the Falkirk area that are for care homes for adults under 65, and they cover a range of areas such as learning disability, mental health, physical disability and complex needs. We do have providers that are out with the area, and be happy to share that information with the councillor when he makes that inquiry.
Thank you for that. Okay, any other questions? We're happy to agree the report.
Agreed.
Thank you. Okay, next item is item 13, and it's a review of taxi fares, and it's with Mr. Moody.
Thank you, Convener, and I'm also delighted to say that I'm joined by Brian Douglas on line 2. The report that you have in front of you is a follow-up from the report you considered at your last meeting, and as you recall, you agreed to have the matter go out to public consultation and comment, and this report brings the result of that process before you. There is one, I think, principal matter to draw to your attention first, which was a comment received after the consideration of the report at the last meeting from a member of the Taxi Forum, which was to draw to officers' attention that there was an error in the original report, in that the proposal for the enhanced taxi fare at the Christmas period, which was recommended by the Forum, was plus 100%, not plus 50%. Plus 50% is the current rate for the Christmas holiday period. So it would have been no enhancement at all if plus 50% had been the proposal. I think this is recognised, and what is now proposed is what the Forum had proposed. The 5 comments received beyond that in relation to the advertised tariff are set out in Appendix 2 to the report. They all come from within the trade. There are no comments from members of the public directly. And you'll see that some of them focus on the reduction in the number of public holidays. And I think that may be mitigated to an extent by the fact that although there is that reduction now, we're recognising that the Christmas period does require that additional amount of the plus 100% to balance for the fact that we're reducing the number of public holidays on which an enhanced tariff is available. There's also, I think, an interesting comment made in relation to the soilage charge, and that's the last of them, number 7 in the table. I think that was a matter of some interest and discussion at the last consideration, and I think the suggestion from the forum has been that, again, this will help to make it more attractive for operators and drivers to operate serving the late night economy if they have that assurance that that charge is available. And in the report that was considered by you at the last meeting, which is appended to the current one, there is further information on why that particular fee was calculated. I think the comment does raise an interesting instance that what happens if it's a child or a baby. And I think the important thing to note is it's not a mandatory charge. It would be something that'd be exercised with discretion by the driver concerned. And I think we can all recognise there's a practical difference in the result of an adult perhaps being sick after a long night out in the back of the taxi and a young child during the course of the day. So the overall recommendation is that that you agree the revised festive tariff rate as detailed in the report and the previously considered tariff. And I'm happy to attempt to deal with any questions, and Mr. Douglas is here to assist with that too. Thank you, Convener.
Thank you, Mr. Moody, for that. And Colin has detailed the response absolutely, and I'm happy to move the report as it is. Councillor Deacon.
I would like to formally second the report and move on right.
Thank you. Councillor Steinbank.
Yeah, I just have one question, Convener. I think the consultation response that we've now seen from drivers seems to indicate that some of the responding drivers don't believe that this will have the intended impact due to price concerns with the cost of living, and identifies challenges as Collins went through in reclaiming the soilage charge. I think an important contribution, as was stated, for our consideration is that soilage isn't always somebody who's had too much to drink, but somebody who could be a parent with a young child. I think my question is, did the forum identify any factors in coming to the recommendations that would potentially rebut those concerns? Thank you.
Okay.
I don't know if Brian's able to come in at this point, because I know, Brian, you were attended the forum more directly.
Thank you, Colin. Thank you, Convener. Not specifically, Councillor Steinbank. My recollection of the discussions at the forum merely surrounded the fact that the soilage charge was pretty low in comparison to other local authorities. Had been low for a considerable period, and there was discussion about potential loss of earnings and balloting charges, so nothing specifically in relation to what you mentioned.
Thank you. I think just our conclusion off the back of this is we have enough faith in the control of the drivers to use their discretion in this regard, and I think it is the fee is a necessary maximum, which I think reflects the cost of drivers having to take their vehicle off the road. So happy to support. No further questions.
Sir Spears.
Thank you. You're saying the consultation, there was no members of the public who responded. We're talking then on the statutory holidays doubling the price of taxis.
It's what is being proposed, Convener, is that the number of holidays in which there's an additional fee is reduced. So that's the first proposal, and that those are consolidated around Christmas and New Year. There's currently a 50% surcharge in Christmas and New Year, and the proposal is that the surcharge goes up to 100%. So it's not doubling the cost. It's an increase, but not doubling.
I'm so glad that this is at the taxi company's discretion, because when they realise people can't afford that, they might not use the taxis, and the taxi drivers will realise that they need to have an affordable price for people.
Okay, if there are no further questions, we're happy to agree the report. Okay, thank you. Item 14 is a referral from the partnership. Try that again. The referral from the corporate partnership, and it's with Mr. Moody.
Thank you, Convener. And this report presents two updated strategies, or one strategy and one policy, which have been considered by the Corporate Partnership Forum, which is our forum for considering new policies or revised policies and strategies with trade union colleagues. Both the health and safety strategy and the updated redeployment policy have been agreed at the forum, and these are now recommended for your consideration and approval. A summary of the updated health and safety strategy is at paragraph 5.1 in the report, and similarly the updated policy on redeployment is summarised at paragraph 5.2. And I'll attempt to deal with any questions that members have in relation to the policies. Thank you.
Thank you, Colin. Again, I'm happy to approve the report, and recognising that it has been discussed through the services with the trade unions. Comments have been taken on board, and they are now content with what is being proposed in relation to both the updated health and safety strategy and the redeployment strategy. Councillor Bowes.
Thank you. Given where they're being proposed from and the common sense nature of the two proposals, I'm very happy to second.
Thank you. Any questions? Councillor Spears.
Page 425, 5.2. Re-employment. This looks like quite a big job, actually. I mean, you're saying it's talent-based. So people have to then put in a new CV to be de-employed. I'm sure that's what the word says there. Any re-employee application. That seems a bit vague. Can you tell me exactly what the process will be for people?
Yeah, I think it's effectively summarised in the word to self-service. Sorry, I beg your pardon. A self-service process, as opposed to someone doing that for them and effectively going around and looking for a job for them. The employee in a redeployment situation will have an opportunity to see all the available vacancies and effectively apply for those, and they will have a preference in that situation where they meet the requirements of that post. It effectively empowers the employees more, rather than have the matter being dealt with administratively. It's in the employee's hands to search out vacancies and apply for those across the council.
Right, do we have any numbers who might be looking for re-employment?
I don't have those with me just now, but I'm happy to provide the number who are seeking redeployment to Councillor Spears at a later stage.
Alternatively, if you check the papers that went to full council around the workforce plan, it has the information within it around the people seeking redeployment over the last year. Okay, any other questions? Happy to agree? Okay, we are now on our final report. Item 15, which is a capital programme update, and we have Danny Kearney with us to do that today.
Thanks, Convener, and thanks to Caroline McGill and her team for drafting this report together with contributions from colleagues across the services. This report presents the latest capital projection for the General Fund and housing programmes, with the last update provided to members back in August. The first part of the report at section 4.1 notes the overall difficult financial climate we are still operating within. While on the positive, inflation seems to have plateaued and is currently falling, we now have the crisis in the Middle East. Section 5.1 to 5.2 presents the expenditure and funding of the General Fund programme. From the August position, the planned expenditure for the current financial year has increased by 6.3 million, with the movement detailed at 5.1.3. The most significant changes are the reprofiling of the DEAR project, adding the regeneration fund of £1 million, which was approved by members as part of the budget process back in March, and bringing forward expenditure on sports facilities and pavilions. So this expenditure has been financed by reprofiling previous approved borrowings, additional external funding, and contributions from revenue CFCRs. Section 5.3 to 5.4 picks up on the housing programme, and in short, there's no significant change from what was reported in August, with only a marginal movement in the projected expenditure. Section 5.5 notes the prudential indicators, which are further detailed within the appendices. And at section 5.6, this picks up on the overall impact on the Council's overall borrowing requirements and loan charges, with an increase on the projected General Fund capital spend, increasing borrowing, which will then have a ripple effect on the loan charges in future years. So in terms of the changes to the 23-24 capital programme, as noted that this is within the approved budget and borrowing requirements over the 5-year period. However, changing the profile will affect the borrowing cost for each year within the 5-year programme, i.e. an increase in borrowing costs, increases with borrowing requirements increase, but borrowing costs decrease if borrowing requirements decrease. So based on current interest assumptions, increasing borrowing 23-24 by circa £4.7 million will increase the borrowing costs by approximately 330k in 24-25, but decrease costs by the same amount over the future years as you're borrowing less. These figures, though, will be dependent on the prevailing interest rates for each year, which are volatile and difficult to predict. Recommendations are noted at section 2. Myself and Caroline, who's on call, I think, will be happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thanks.
Thank you, Danny. I'm happy to move this report. I think it shows that the reprofiling of our capital programme and scaling back has made a significant progress in it and actually has been able to deliver on the programme. I think we're starting to see some of these capital projects come up out the ground, or at least be started, as will our communities, and therefore we're able to see the investment, significant investment of 51 million in the general and 71 in housing, is a significant investment in our area. And I'm really pleased that the new monitoring regime around the capital programme to reduce the slippage and having projects that, if necessary, can be brought forward and escalated if there is indeed the capacity to do that. So I think it's a good news story for the council that we have that contribution to our local economy ongoing, and therefore happy to agree the report. Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Convener, as well. I would love to wax lyrically about, I think this report, I think it's a very good news report for us, but with that I'll just formally second and reserve the right to comment.
Thank you. I'll open it up for any questions. Councillor Hannah.
A very simple question on page 513 in the table. I take it that's a simple typographical error when it says that the approved budget was for air source heat pumps. I think there's just a 0 missing. But it was air source heat pump, it says in the table in 5.3.1
Yes, indeed. Sorry, I just seen that. You're correct. It's an error.
Okay, Councillor Murtagh.
Thank you. There are a couple, I go into page 512 and looking at the areas of priority in 5.1.11. The first is about the £1.5 million on sport and leisure. I know there's a PDP due to be convened. I don't think it's had its scoping meeting. I don't know if somebody can confirm that yet.
No, the first meeting so it hasn't taken place yet. I understand there is one in the diary. I don't know the date off the top of my head.
Okay, I think it's that obviously the part of, as I understand it, the waiting for the PDP to go ahead was so that the decisions in the SPR could take place, so there was a bit more clarity about what the sport and leisure estate would be. But we've still got the matter of the pools report in terms of when the school pools were kind of coming back in the December meeting, and I know that the kind of rationale for a lot of what was agreed in the SPR, particularly around pools, was sort of predicated on, well, we keep a high school one open here and we close one here. And so I know that there are groups around the district, and including in Bowness. I know that Councillor Ritchie is working very hard with the groups in the Bowness Rec. And I think, I'm not sure if that £1.5 million of investment in the sport and leisure facilities, that just purely in the estate as we think it will be after the SPR is agreed and with no adjustment based on previous decisions about pools. It's just a bit unclear.
Any figures that are included in the programme are what are currently approved. That's what the figures are made up of in that table at the moment.
Okay, it's maybe helpful to have maybe once the PDP starts up and understanding how it's going to operate in relation to the decisions as well. I think although these matters might be wanting to be put to bed, there's still some significant questions there. The other is in the green column on that that side on the most right hand column, talking about the investment in flood protection works, the 4.1 million. And I just wanted to say a huge thank you to Gary McGregor as an officer for a lot of the work when I inquired about flood protection investment in my own ward. But one of the obstacles that we have in executing on that amount of investment is in the understanding of when that capital investment can actually be rolled out. Sorry, I'm getting a bit of feedback. I don't know if it's just through the microphones with Colin and Cecil, sorry. It's just how although that investment is allocated, we've had, like, I've got a particular project where the matter's been gone to procurement, been scoped, etc., but it's not able to be executed because it goes over the annual budget in the capital investment, and sort of getting agreement to roll over into future years and take that as part of the overall programme has become really difficult because of staff resource in effect. And I'm speaking about the one we've got at Dunmore. So I suppose it's how, Deer might be a long running saga, but for some of the smaller capital projects in terms of flooding infrastructure, how do we have confidence in being able to realise those projects if there's hold-ups to executing them?
Apologies, Councillor Murtagh, we're trying to have a quiet conversation to actually understand what your question actually was. And I was also getting information in relation to the PDP date, which is the 27th of October. But that was the difficulty, is we weren't able to actually understand quite what it was you were actually asking. I don't know if we've got anybody that's in the position here to be able to answer around the flooding. Now, I think it's all the officers are perhaps left, and we may be able to get that to you offline following this meeting.
I appreciate that, convener. I think one of the reasons, and I do try to bring things up in these meetings, is that the public are very concerned and like to have these answers displayed, because they're asking us in private, but it's important that they see the transparency of how we do things. So I'll be happy to take it up offline, but I think my constituents would be rather cross with me if I didn't mention the concerns that they had and how we realise the capital programme.
It's just been a very long, protracted meeting, and officers' time's pressured as well, so they've had to leave at this point. Any other questions in relation to the capital programme? No, happy to agree the report. Oh, sorry, apologies.
No, Just 2 or 3 quick questions. It was mentioned, I don't know if it was at the full council or the previous executive, regarding ward-based budgeting. Are we any further forward with that?
Karen will be able to give you an update.
Yes, convener, happy to pick that one up. The working group to look at that has now met on several occasions. So we've identified some pilot areas and we're now working through the practicalities of how we align budgets to those wards for each of those areas. And that will let us get a framework in place that will allow us then to roll that out further. So yes, it has started and work has been done. Thanks.
Thanks very much, Karen. I don't actually know if it's a question for Danny or no, or is it Paul today? Yes.
Good answer, Danny. Good answer.
Like for our capital projects, have we got a designated team that take it forward to the end, and how do we scrutinise it?
I suppose it'll be a yes in terms of facilities, and the teams down there will take the projects forward, and from time to time they'll take external advice on taking various projects forward. But in terms of the scrutiny, at times there'll be separate reports that might come through to members, but it's part of this process in terms of scrutinising expenditure.
Well, that leads me on to my next question, Danny. How do we monitor how effective we're spending our capital money?
So 2 aspects in terms of keeping within budget has been effective, and I suppose it delivers what members intended in terms of the priorities. So you'll see that table that we referred to and say, here's all the stuff that the council's doing, and is that meeting our priorities? And we've tried to align it appropriately with the council's priorities and ambitions.
And my last question is probably leading on for Councillor Murtagh. There is a lot of talk in here regarding leisure. Will this still go ahead even after we've spoken with the group that's been formed, or will it continue until the group's decided what the route they want to go down?
Can I just clarify, is that the 1.5 million that's in for sport and leisure? Yep. So our understanding is that, and Caroline confirmed that these are committed projects. Okay. So they're work that needs to be done regardless of what the PDP comes up with. So those would go ahead, and then obviously the PDP will help to inform future investment from a capital perspective.
Yeah. And I wasn't going to ask about page 519 where it's the revised budget. So if we didn't spend it this year, we're just carrying on to the next year for the same projects. Is that what we're saying? Yeah.
Sorry, basically a rolling 5-year programme. So if it does have to be carried forward, then it's carried forward within those parameters, with a new year being added when you come to approve in February, March.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
Caroline, sorry.
Yep, just want to add that part of the October report does include a reprofiling for sports and leisure of 940,000 from future years into the current year as well. So bringing that forward, accelerating that.
But again, that all went through a process of bidding into the capital programme and the priorities being agreed, and that would have been agreed at the budget.
Yep.
Okay, thank you for that, Caroline. That was helpful. Councillor Boyce?
Very quickly. Cam, you might be able to confirm something for me. You remember a guy called Brian Smale, a happy, cheerful chap? Did he not bring in a regime on capital projects where he put a person of authority at the top of it, and that person then was responsible for looking at the capital projects and making sure that they did come in time, because that was a big worry about capital projects not making it, and I'm assuming that's still there.
Convener, that is the case, but we've actually taken that a stage further more recently. So we now have the Strategic Asset Management Board, which monitors all capital spend. So all of the project leads responsible for capital projects need to report into that board, and that board monitors both the spend and delivery of those projects. to make sure that we're on track as far as possible. And if there's any need for reprofiling, it would come back to members for a decision on that, further to any decisions taken at the time of setting the capital budget.
Okay. I hope that gives you the assurance you were looking for. Okay, if there are no further questions, are we happy to agree the report? Can I just thank everybody for their endurance today. It's been a long meeting, a big agenda, and you can either go away for a swim or go and lie down in a dark room, whichever is most suitable. But thank you very much.